Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another monthly podcast horoscope episode. I want to just quickly say, this isn't conclusive. I will have a whole separate podcast episode this month that dives into more detail with the eclipses. That's sort of how I like to organize it. There's the monthlies, and then as the month continues, I like to go into more detail of a particular transit or an eclipse or full moon, whatever it is. So definitely stay tuned for that. The other thing that I will mention, at this point, we're really getting into 2026. So if you haven't snagged your 2026 year ahead on my website for sale, it's a whole portal just for your rising sign with so much. You get 2+ hours of presentations for the year just for your rising sign, additional content. Some of it's my own, some of it's really trusted and vetted other astrological content. You get some human design stuff going on in the beginning to kind of help you navigate 2026 in a way that's centered to your authority, how you best make decisions, so that you're not just listening, but you're listening in a way that is really centered towards you and empowering yourselves. So there's so much. There's exclusive, Chiron going into Taurus content. So definitely check that out. The links are in the description below. Also, thank you so much to the person that pointed out that the links are no longer working. They were working months ago, and I don't know what happened with the platforms with, YouTube and Spotify. Sometimes the algorithms or the system changes to protect, from, I don't know, but they just stopped working. So thank you to the person that pointed that out. The links should definitely be working now. Definitely check out my other links in the description below, or you can check out more of my website, offerings, etc., etc. Anyways, let's get into February. Hello, Aries Risings. So February 1st, we are kicking off the month right with this full moon, really illuminating your Leo 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, children, if applicable to you. So a lot could be illuminating in this 5th house of joy, the heart's desire. But again, with full moons, we have the sun and the moon in opposition. So I always like to consider the opposite house where the sun is blasting its light on this moon in the 5th house. And that sun is in your Aquarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So there could be something really culminating or illuminating, or even closing out regarding your long-term goals, your dreams, your aspirations, even sort of, your social network. Something could be illuminated or sort of closing out within that. So this could really kick off February with this heightened sort of, these luminaries illuminating your 11th house of sort of like your long-term goals, where you want to go, versus what really brings you joy, what's happening with your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression, or children, if applicable to you. Now, this full moon is connected to the new moon that took place here in your Leo 5th house back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025. What was really kicking off? What was happening? What came up that could really be either closing out, coming to fruition, or culminating around this time? Now, what I want to also bring up with this full moon is that if you're watching on YouTube or Spotify, you'll notice that this full moon happens after a Mars-Pluto conjunction that happened literally days ago at this point. So the Mars-Pluto conjunction, I think, has the potential to bring up a lot for some of us. And this Mars rules your first house of self, your body, your identity. It also rules your Scorpio 8th house of transformational work, long-term finances, resources. So there could have been stuff that has come up with finances, resources, transformational work, or things that are sort of affecting you directly, personally, that this full moon days later after that Mars-Pluto conjunction happening, this full moon literally on February 1st, could really be playing a part in that somehow. It could be really illuminating, while based off of what's unfolded at this point, that's affected you. Maybe for some of you, it's transformational work, it's your resources, it's your long-term financial goals, sort of what's going on with those themes. If that resonates, how is this full moon really bringing to light your long-term goals? What could be closing out, or what could be changing around that regarding your social network, children if applicable, long-term goals, etc. Now, moving on to February 13th. I mean, at this point, if you've been following me for a while, this is something I've talked about so much, but this will be the day that Saturn makes its final ingress into your Aries first house of the self, the physical body, how you show up in the world. It immediately applies to Neptune here, which I will get to after the eclipse. Again, 2026, I think, is just wild. So first things first, Saturn ingressing into your Aries first house. I have a whole separate podcast episode on just Saturn and Aries, going into all these details, the transits, literally over the next couple of years. So for time purposes, I don't want to get too much into that. But Saturn making its final ingress into your Aries first house, I want to bring up just some wider perspective here. Saturn is moving from your Pisces 12th house, which is ruled by Jupiter, into your Aries first house, which is ruled by Mars. So again, Saturn is making that transition from a Jupiter ruled area to a Mars ruled area. And so Saturn, years leading up to this, was reporting to Jupiter. Now, on this day, it is reporting to Mars. So I think this is where we could really start to feel that shift collectively, especially because when Saturn was in your Pisces 12th reporting to Jupiter, Jupiter's been in its place of exaltation. Now with Saturn in a Mars-ruled area reporting to Mars, well, Mars is in Aquarius, which is a Saturn-ruled area at this time. So we have Saturn ingressing into a Mars-ruled area and also in mutual reception. Sort of, they've swapped homes with Mars. So this is where I think a lot of us could feel that big shift in February, where our perspective, our focus shifts to what Mars is doing. And Mars is in that Saturn-ruled area, that 11th house of your social network, your long-term goals. So this is where some of you might really start to focus more on who you want to surround yourselves with, your friends, your groups, your communities, what's happened in that area, especially with Pluto there. And what could be shifting, surrendering, dissolving around your long-term goals? What are you releasing? What are you surrendering to? And for some of you, this might feel good. This might feel, like relief. And for some of you, this might be an emotional moment. This might be, tough. Either way, Saturn is in this mutual reception with Mars. And again, Mars rules this Scorpio 8th house of your long-term finances, your resources, your transformational work, and your first house of self. So as you get deeper into February, some of you might really switch your motives, your plan of action, your desires around your long-term finances, long-term finances, your long-term goals. How is it really supporting you, your physical body, how you want to move through the world and take independent action? And at the same time, again, I'll talk a little bit more about this with the eclipse, where Saturn will be making an exact conjunction with Neptune here on February 20th. This could be a time where things start to surrender or things start to dissolve that are no longer part of that future picture, that your future goals, your new motives, your new desires and plan of action for some of you. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Now, moving on to February 17th, we have the eclipse. Let me get this a little bit more exact for those watching. So the eclipse, this new moon solar eclipse, is going to take place at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Again, as I mentioned in the yearly, this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is at this critical, sensitive degree with Neptune in your first house of self, physical body. So this could be a really strong new chapter for some Aries risings, not only around your long-term goals, your social network, your friends, groups, communities, and such, but what's really changing with you? How is it really going to support new boundaries, new systems, new structures that really support you, your ability to take independent action, supports your physical body? So I think some Aries risings, like you might be going through a total reevaluation of your life and who you want to surround yourself with and where you want to be and how that's shifting sort of your dreams, your aspirations, and your long-term goals. This new moon solar eclipse is also technically square Uranus in your second house of earned income and self-worth. I think this is important because this Uranus just stationed direct on February 4th. So with Uranus stationing direct, it's sort of like that Uranian energy of innovation and change can really sort of move forward. It can some of you might actually feel it more externally, where things could be sort of shifting around your earned income, your self-worth, your material possessions. And that could include change that's playing into some sort of action around this new chapter around long-term goals, your friends, groups, communities, and sort of its impacts to you and sort of what you are individually surrendering or releasing that's no longer serving, your future long-term goals, your career, what really will bring you fulfillment. But there could be some financial situation or self-worth situation that is an opportunity for action and change to create more tangible results moving forward. Then we get to the exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction here, which will take place at 0 degrees, 44 minutes. And this is really a once in a lifetime at 0 degrees of Aries, if not ever. So this is just a really, really potent time, especially for Aries risings. I mean, this is literally happening on the cusp of your first house of physical body, the self, how you show up in the world, how you want to take independent action. And Saturn rules that 11th house of social network and long-term goals, but it also rules your Capricorn 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So I think 2026, especially in February, some of you could really be kicking off this new chapter around what is really going to feel fulfilling to you. What new structures, systems, and boundaries are you releasing, dissolving, letting go of to create new systems, structures, and boundaries that feel more fulfilling to you, that support the people you want to surround yourself with and the long-term goals. Some of you might also start to feel, I think, a little bit better mentally. So if you've been sort of going through some, mental health or just having a lot of like subconscious thought patterns and, feelings of restriction or solitude or any of that in the previous years, Saturn officially getting out of your 12th house into your first house, I think might help take off that heaviness, or the need to sort of be in solitude or focus on your mental thought patterns and such. Not to say you won't have to anymore, but Saturn through the 12th can have its challenges. especially if those themes are more prominent in your lives. Now, this Saturn-Neptune conjunction will be happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design transits or chart. And gate 25 is sort of the gate of innocence. And I think it's, and again, this is my opinion, but I think gate 25 being the gate of innocence is being able to retain our sense of innocence through, intensity, through what life is throwing at us. And it could also, with Neptune there, sort of retaining your sense of innocence. And when I say innocence, I don't necessarily mean like, oh, I don't do anything bad, or, I don't make any mistakes or anything like that. When I say innocence, like regarding this gate and sort of what I mean by it is sort of like you're retaining your true essence of who you are through what life is throwing at you, what is happening at this time. And maybe for some of you, especially with the eclipses and, these major transitions in February, maybe it is intense. Maybe it is, there are some challenges and trials and tribulations that come with that. In order to make that change, in order to create those new systems and structures that really support you and sort of strengthening you, right? But with the whole gate 25, the gate of innocence, it's sort of like, how can you retain your true essence, who you really are at your core, through what Neptune is surrendering or dissolving at this time. Now, with it being at line 3 at the exact conjunction, I think this could definitely have an undercurrent of doing. Keep trying. And how, especially at line 3, sort of you learn best by doing and discovering things for yourself. So if you are starting something new, or you are sort of stepping into a new chapter of your life, allow yourself to move through the trial and error. Allow yourself to sort of get your hands dirty and dig into things and, learn and do things and retain that sense of retain your true essence through it. And, allowing yourself to make mistakes. And really what I love about line 3 is when you take a step back and you don't allow the trial and error or feeling like a failure or I've made these mistakes or now I have to make this change or go through this, you're gaining experiential wisdom. And experiential wisdom is some of the best wisdom. So really have grace with yourselves around this time if it is a huge, transitional time for many of you, and just allow yourself to do the thing, to get out there, to try something new, to do something new that feels more supportive to you, but allow yourself to, trip or make mistakes or, gain that experiential wisdom. And for you, with Saturn ruling your 11th house and your 10th house, it could really be about gaining experiential wisdom for your career, your business, what feels more fulfilling to you, who you want to surround yourselves with, and those long-term goals. And so again, how is that experiential wisdom that you've gained thus far and could continue to gain with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at gate 25, line 3, going to help sort of support or create new systems and structures that allow you to maintain the true essence of yourself, but sort of make these adaptations or surrendering or dissolving of things that no longer align to the essence of who you are and sort of the direction you want to take around your long-term goals, what feels fulfilling to you. And for some of you, that could be career related, and ultimately how it's really going to support your physical body and how you want to move through the world. Then on February 26th, we really start to close out the month with this Mercury retrograde. Stationing retrograde at 22 degrees in your Pisces 12th house of behind the scenes, those subconscious thought patterns. And so this one's interesting because Saturn just made its recent ingress out of this area officially. And I think this Mercury retrograde for some Aries risings might be this really strong revisionary period around what happened the past couple years, its impacts to you mentally. You know, what's gone on with, you know, your thought patterns, even limiting beliefs, what's gone on behind the scenes, that has impacted your health, your work, your routines, your communication. For some of you, even as far as, you know, relationships with siblings, extended family, connections to them. So you might be sort of reviewing and revising or coming back to sort of a health situation, a work situation, communication that could involve, you know, it could be professional, but for some of you, it could be sort of those siblings, the extended family, home roots, even for some of you around this time that could really be taking place mentally or privately or just behind the scenes. That could definitely be playing into the full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd that will be taking place in your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines, really culminating something, illuminating something around work, health, routine themes that this Mercury could be helping you sort of prep or review and revise to what you want to close out, or, you know, something that's illuminated around the health, the work, and the routines going into March that could even create new outcomes to a health situation, a work situation, or your overall routines impacting those areas in March. Hello, Taurus Risings. So we are literally kicking off on February 1st with this full moon 13 degrees in your Leo 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So things could really be illuminating around those themes. Maybe it could be renovations, relocations, redecorations, relationships with family, or just general home, family, property, real estate themes that could be really illuminated around this time. Now, because this is a full moon, it's the sun and the moon in opposition. So I always consider the opposing house, which for you is this Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this could definitely bring up just, you know, balancing sort of what's going on with work, career versus what's going on with home, family, property, real estate. Or something could be really culminating or illuminating around, you know, these themes or these two different areas that you're sort of weighing around this time. What I want to point out, well, two things I want to point out with this full moon is that there was a new moon in your Leo 4th house back around July of 2025. So for some of you, you might be able to think back to July of 2025, what was initiating, what seeds were being planted, ideas, etc. That for some of you could be really culminating around this time. But the second thing I want to point out about this full moon is that this full moon's happening after a Mars-Pluto conjunction at 3 degrees in your Aquarius 10th house. So what's interesting about this is the Mars-Pluto conjunctions can bring up a lot. So, you know, about a week ago at this point, so the week leading up to February 1st, some of you could have seen some intensity around, you know, Mars ruled areas. So for you, Taurus Risings, Mars rules this Scorpio 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships. So some things could have come up within partnerships, things playing out, conversations, actions, desires, motivations, etc. Or sort of, and that could be personal or professional. It could also be involving sort of changing core motivations and desires around the partnerships, personal or professional, that you want to attract, or could be playing into sort of your goals, your motivations. And Mars also rules your Aries 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, sort of behind the scenes stuff, dreams, and stuff for Taurus risings in the week leading up to this full moon. It could have brought up some behind the scenes stuff. Maybe you had some things like some ideas or dreams or things happening mentally that it could have come out or sort of could have played into sort of the potential intensity around this time. Again, if it resonates, take it. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. But if I see it, it could definitely be playing into this full moon, which tend to illuminate or culminate things. And for you, Taurus rising, angular houses. So, career, home and family stuff, or what brings you fulfillment versus what's going on foundationally. That this Mars-Pluto situation in the week leading up to this full moon could have brought up or kickstarted some stuff that could have come from, your connections to others, personal, professional partnership themes, as well as what's been going on mentally and behind the scenes for you. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is what everyone's talking about. The Saturn making its final ingress into Aries. Now, I have a whole separate video on this where I go through, the major transits that Saturn makes over the next couple years. So definitely check out the Saturn and Aries podcast episode if you're interested in that. But Saturn entering your Aries 12th house. This is the final ingress. It won't be retrograding back into your Pisces 11th house. And there's a lot going on with this Saturn in February. And so some of you could definitely start to feel that transition into, or that final Saturnian transition into your Aries 12th house, because if you think about it, Saturn in the past couple of years has been in Pisces, reporting to Jupiter, because Jupiter rules over your Pisces 11th house. So Saturn is going from a Jupiter-ruled area to a Mars-ruled area. And I think this is an important boundary or distinction between the two, because when when Saturn enters your Aries 12th house, which is a Mars-ruled area, Mars will be in a Saturn-ruled area. So when Saturn makes its final ingress into this Aries 12th house, this Mars-ruled area, it will be a mutual reception. It will have swapped homes with Mars. I think that's sort of an important detail, because it's sort of like they have swapped homes and they're communicating with each other, or trying to. And again, what's really interesting about this is in the previous years, Saturn was reporting to Jupiter and those, where Jupiter was. This time was Saturn reporting to Mars. We now need to look at those Mars-ruled areas, which is your Aries 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, what's going on behind the scenes, dreams, sort of even, the 12th house is also hidden enemies. Does this always mean that hidden enemies are going to come out the woodworks? No, but it is a theme that is put there. I like to think of the 12th house as sort of the more hidden aspects of ourselves and our lives that we don't necessarily publicly advertise. And with Saturn now reporting to Mars, Mars also rules this Scorpio 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So Saturn going through this 12th house, from a bird's eye view, it could be sort of restructuring or changing those mental boundaries or what you're working on behind the scenes. That could also be sort of reporting or shifting your your desires, your motivations regarding your connections with others, as well as how it's affecting you behind the scenes. And what's interesting about this for Taurus risings is that Saturn rules your Capricorn 9th house of growth and potential, as well as your Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So for some Taurus risings, you might be really sort of restructuring or sort of working on things behind the scenes mentally that might be impacting sort of your career, the longevity of your career, the direction of it, growth and potential themes that could involve traveling, publishing, teaching, higher education, spirituality, etc. And so I think for Taurus risings the next couple of years with Saturn, a lot could be happening mentally or behind the scenes that some of you could be seeing externally or visibly in sort of what brings you fulfillment, your career, or those growth and potential themes. And I'll talk a little bit more about Saturn here. Saturn's doing a lot this month. It's making a lot of changes. And when we get to February 17th, we have this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So again, a really powerful new beginning, planting new seeds, new ideas, new projects, around sort of what's going to bring you fulfillment, what, those career themes, public recognition, your visibility, your public image even. What's important about this is that this new moon eclipse that's really kicking off the Aquarius Leo eclipses is ruled by Saturn. So again, Saturn's doing a lot this month, where this could be really playing into these new beginnings or the desire for something new regarding your career, your business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and sort of what's going on behind the scenes, what is going on mentally. Some of you might be making sort of mental shifts or thinking about new ideas behind the scenes that plays into something that feels more fulfilling to you long term regarding your career or your growth and potential, or just generally what feels more fulfilling to you. The other thing that's interesting about this for Taurus risings is that this new moon solar eclipse in your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment will square Uranus in your Taurus first house of the self, the physical body, how you show up in the world. And what's interesting about this Uranus is that it recently just went direct on February 4th. So with Uranus stationing direct, generally speaking, it can just have a little bit more emphasis on that Uranian energy, the innovation, the change. And squares can create change. So this eclipse in that 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment, creating some sort of action or opportunity for change around, yourselves, innovating and changing something about yourself, how you want to move through the world, how you want to take independent action. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. That could be playing into this Saturn that's getting very, very close by the minute to an exact conjunction with Neptune on February 20th, where it could be playing into sort of what is dissolving or surrendering around maybe what no longer serves you. What are those systems, structures, and boundaries that no longer support the career direction, the public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment direction, as well as any growth and potential themes? That for some of you, you could be really initiating behind the scenes mentally. Again, this may not be very visible or public to everyone. This could be happening sort of behind the scenes or in private for some of you. And again, this Saturn-Neptune conjunction, when it's exact, will be at gate 25, line 3 in the human design profile. So gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And, you know, when I say innocence, a lot of people, or at least when I'm in sessions one-on-one with people, you know, when I say innocence, a lot of people think of like the innocence of a child, you know, like they don't do anything wrong or they don't have any, you know, intent, you know, backstory or whatever. It's just this like pure innocence. But when I think about this gate in terms of the gate of innocence, it's sort of like, what is the true essence of you? And I think with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at the gate of innocence, it's sort of like, what is the true essence of you? How can you maintain the true essence of what you want, what feels fulfilling for some of you, career directions or growth and potential, that you can maintain that true essence of what you want and who you are and the direction you want to take regarding those themes, despite what is happening, despite what could be surrendering or dissolving or changing around this time for some of you. And I think what's interesting is the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at line 3, it sort of adds, like, line 3 is this, it could add sort of this undercurrent of doing, like just doing the thing, trying the thing, keep trying, you know, learning best by just doing it, taking the first step, trying the thing and maintaining that, the essence of who you are, that innocence of newness, and discovering things for yourself. And also with line 3, just allowing yourself to make mistakes. And the beauty of line 3 is the experiential wisdom. So it's sort of like, how can you reflect back on the experiential wisdom that you've gained, as well as the experiential wisdom that some of you could be gaining as you're doing something new, or you're initiating this new idea or new desires and etc. around this time with Saturn Neptune, and just really allowing yourself to go through that trial and error, especially as Saturn, you know, going into this year with Saturn at this gate roughly through March. So we could be in this undercurrent of energy with Saturn roughly through March at this gate of innocence, of sort of learning how to maintain the essence of who we really are and sort of navigate maybe new territory in some way, trying something new, trying a new direction. And for you, Taurus Risings could be playing into sort of what feels more fulfilling to you, could impact your career, you know, those growth and potential themes. That could include publishing, teaching, traveling, higher knowledge, spirituality, etc. And so we really close out the month on February 26th, when we have Mercury stationing retrograde around 22 degrees in that Pisces 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So what I find interesting about this is that this Mercury retrograde takes place after Saturn's final ingress out of that area. So from a bird's eye view, I'm sort of looking at this Mercury retrograde as this time for all of us to kind of review and revise what's happened the past couple years with Saturn and Pisces. How are we sort of taking those situations and now reviewing and revising and maybe integrating them or moving on from them? So that's sort of a bird's eye view. But Mercury rules, for you, Taurus Risings, your Gemini second house of earned income and self-worth. So some of you could also start to review and revise sort of your finances, financial budgets, self-worth, value, and sort of how it's playing into who you surround yourselves with or those long-term goals. Now, Mercury also rules your Virgo fifth house of creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So some of you could also be reviewing and revising sort of those themes and its impacts to your long-term goals or your social network. But again, this Mercury retrograde could be playing into the full moon lunar eclipse that's going to take place on March 3rd in your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. That this Mercury retrograde could be a period of reviewing and revising those themes and areas that I mentioned. That with the full moon lunar eclipse ruled by Mercury on March 3rd, could be culminating and illuminating, but also creating new outcomes to your finances, your self-worth, your creativity, your self-expression, or situations playing out with your children, if applicable to you. Hello, Gemini Risings. So we're kicking off the month on February 1st with this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, technology. Now, this could be personal or professional, as well as sort of your neighborhood, your short distance travel, siblings, extended family. So full moons, in the 3rd and or the 9th, where we have, with full moons, it's the sun and the moon in opposition. So if you're watching, you can see this full moon is directly opposing the sun in that 9th house. So with full moons across this axis, there's a lot of potential. Now, professionally, some of you could see this professionally, especially if you have your MCIC along this axis. That could involve travel, knowledge, communication, technology themes. But personally, some of you could be seeing something culminating around sort of your spirituality, your growth and potential, your neighborhood, situations playing out with your siblings, extended family, or even for some of you, it could be home, family, property, real estate related, depending on your natal chart. So there's a lot of potential here. There's 2 things I want to point out about this. This full moon is directly connected to the new moon that took place in your Leo 3rd house back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025. What was initiating, what was being announced, ideas, anything along those lines that now could be really coming to fruition, culminating, or closing out. And the second thing about this full moon is I want to point out this full moon is happening after a Mars-Pluto conjunction at 3 degrees in your Aquarius 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you. Now, Mars rules your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, as well as your Scorpio 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So some of you could have seen some action, some things really come up around, your health, work, your social network, your long-term goals, that this full moon could be illuminating, culminating, or playing into around this time. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Then we get to what everyone is talking about. February 13th, when Saturn makes its final ingress out of your Pisces 10th house and makes its official ingress, its final ingress into your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. This should be celebrated, in my opinion, for Gemini risings because Saturn was in your 10th house of career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment the past couple years, really testing and challenging you. So a lot of you have had a lot of change, a lot of, tests and challenges that you've had to overcome. And, if that resonates, if that is the case, this could be a moment of celebration to say, you really got past that culminating point with Saturn. But now Saturn has made its final ingress. It will not return to your 10th house for another 30 years. But for now, Saturn is pushing the focus to your 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Now, what I want to point out about Saturn and Aries at this juncture in February is that Saturn has moved from a Jupiter-ruled area to a Mars ruled area. So in the past couple years, Saturn was reporting to Jupiter. Now it will be reporting to Mars. And when Saturn makes its initial final ingress into this Aries Mars ruled area, Mars will be in your Aquarius 9th house, which is a Saturn ruled area. So we have Saturn and Mars in mutual reception. They have literally swapped homes when Saturn makes its final ingress into this Mars ruled area. I think that that's quite significant. That's a significant connection. I think that has meaning. I think that where in previous years Saturn was reporting to Jupiter, where it was in your first house of self, and then now it's currently been in your Cancer second house of earned income and self-worth. In previous years when it's come to maybe career, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, I think some of you could have been sort of focused on like, well, how do I expand myself? What are my needs? How do I want to move through the world? And what's going to really expand or support me financially, my self-worth? Whereas now that Saturn is reporting to Mars. And at this time, Mars is in that 9th house of growth and potential. So, higher knowledge, spirituality, long distance travel. For some of you, if it resonates, this is also the area of like publishing, teaching. So now Saturn, I think some of you might really feel that shift with Saturn of, well, okay, now what's my growth and potential? How does that play into my long-term goals? Who do I need to surround myself with? What's going on with my social network that's in alignment structurally to the career or the fulfillment or the growth and potential themes that I want long-term? So there's a lot going on with Saturn this month, especially when we get to February 17th, where we have this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 9th house of growth and potential. So again, travel, spirituality, higher knowledge, publishing, teaching, any growth and potential themes that I've listed, or even ones that I haven't, just what growth and potential themes are you focused on, Gemini Rising? That this new moon at 28 degrees in this area could really be initiating a strong new chapter around the growth and potential you want to unfold and kick off in 2026. This new moon solar eclipse in this area is ruled by Saturn. So like I said, Saturn, there's a lot going on with Saturn in February, or coming back to Saturn, where a lot of you could be really kicking off this new chapter around growth and potential that could be career related for some of you. That is also playing into some maybe restructuring or change or release in order to support that new growth and potential that could be career related for some of you around your long-term goals, your social network, because Saturn rules this eclipse. Additionally, this new moon solar eclipse will square Uranus at 27 degrees in your Taurus 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, dreams, sort of like the behind the scenes stuff. What's going on in private, what's going on behind the scenes, that could be shifting, changing, innovating, that could be mental, or could just be happening behind the scenes. Now, the square is changed to create tangible results. So some of you might be sort of taking action behind the scenes, or again, it could be internally or mentally, to make those last minute innovations or changes, either mentally or whatever's going on behind the scenes, in order to initiate this new chapter, in order to sort of restructure. Some of you might be dissolving or surrendering, anything that no longer supports sort of that long-term potential. The thing about this Uranus, the square to Uranus, is that this Uranus just recently stationed direct on February 4th. So with Uranus stationing direct, generally speaking, this could have a little bit more potency behind that innovation and change in addition to this new moon solar eclipse, where eclipse seasons naturally can create a lot of beginnings, endings, and changes. And so I think there could be, for some Gemini rising, some things going on behind the scenes that could be initiating this change or initiating this new chapter of growth and potential that could be career related. That also has you looking at sort of your friends, groups, communities, what could be shifting, changing, dissolving, surrendering. That's playing into maybe a better way to support your long-term goals and the longevity around that. As well as Saturn ruling this 8th house, it could also have something to do with long-term financial goals as well and resources playing into this. Then we get to February 20th, and this is where we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction exact by the minute at 0 degrees of Aries. Again, your Aries 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So some of you could be really shifting sort of your long-term goals, your social network, or you could be sort of surrendering or dissolving growth and potential themes that no longer support to implement new systems, structures, boundaries, patterns to support your growth and potential. That could be career related for some of you, especially because for Gemini risings, Saturn's been going through that 10th house of career, business, public recognition, and what brings you fulfillment. So I think this is where things maybe start to shift to the long-term goals, the long-term financial goals, the long-term resources or transformational work that's going to support you, financially, but also support sort of your growth and potential. That again, for some of you could be heavily career related, where the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 44 minutes is, yes, it's happening at a critical degree, but when I looked into the human design, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is happening at gate 25, line 3. Now in the human design chart profile, where this conjunction is happening at gate 25, which is the gate of innocence. And when I say innocence, people have different definitions or meaning behind innocence. But the way I look at this gate is, what is the true essence of you? Like, that's what I think of in terms of innocence. Like, what is the true essence of you, the pure essence of you, and how can you maintain that despite the intensity of life or what life throws at you, especially in this eclipse season, where some of you might be going through these like shifts and changes, or some of you might even be just observing it and then trying to sort of tune into like, well, who am I? What is the true essence of me? What really supports the true essence of who I am? And how can you maintain that essence or that innocence through really 2026, where so much is happening? And where it's happening at gate 25, like, again, retaining that innocence or that true essence, despite what Neptune here could also be surrendering or dissolving. So it could also have life might be shifting or releasing something to make room for something better or more in alignment to the true essence of who you are and sort of where you want to go long term. And maintaining that essence of who you are through that change, through that transition. With this happening at line 3, line 3 is interesting because it could add an undercurrent of doing, trying, learning best by doing and discovering things for yourself. So if some of you start to feel like you're stepping into a new chapter or transitioning into something, or thinking up new ideas, the line 3 is adding a collective element of trial and error. Get your hands dirty, do the thing. You don't have to wait, you don't have to be an expert. You can You can learn best by doing and going through that trial and error period with line 3. And with line 3, it's like the experiential wisdom that the value of experiential wisdom, that's sometimes some of the best wisdom, lived wisdom, you did it, you learned it, you integrated it. So this could be a time where I think, especially with Neptune, just having a little bit more empathy, a little bit more compassion for ourselves, but also other people, to kind of step into new ways of doing things and learning it and getting used to it, and having a little bit of grace through maybe the mistakes, what didn't work, what is working. And, especially just going into 2026. But Saturn will be at this gate 25 through March. So we have some time to work through it, especially with it happening in eclipse season, where a lot can shift, begin, end, and the square to Uranus, where things could be sudden. And it's not always a negative thing. Good things can come up with this, and we still have to maintain the essence of who we are, and if it's really going to serve us, and how to stay grounded in the essence of who we are and what really serves us as we move through these eclipse seasons. Saturn's transition from a Jupiter-ruled area to a Mars-ruled area. What is the core motivation? What is the desire? What is the plan of action that could be playing into this as well long term? So again, Saturn rules this Aquarius 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you, and your Capricorn 8th house of transformation, long-term financial goals, management, investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources in general, mutual empowerment, where we merge in personal and professional partnerships. So there could be some shift around that, or some internal shift of, what is dissolving or surrendering to make new for something that's more that supports you long-term around your long-term finances, your resources, your growth and potential, which could be career related, where some of you might be going through that line 3 human design element of trying something new or stepping into something, and just reminding ourselves to that it's okay to make mistakes around this time. And, these transitions for some of us may be really new and exciting, but, we're human, we're flawed, and it's okay to make mistakes. And experiential wisdom is, I think, the thing to focus on with Saturn Neptune at gate 25, line 3, around this time. Now, I want to close out the month on February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde in your Pisces 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Now, from a bird's eye view, I'm looking at this Mercury retrograde as a time to review, revise, and integrate what has happened the past couple years with Saturn being in this area. Saturn just recently left your Pisces 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment. And as soon as it leaves this area, not too long after, Mercury retrogrades this area. So I'm kind of looking at it from a bird's eye perspective of maybe some of you are reminiscing or sort of looking back on the past couple years. How did you get to this juncture? Integrating past lessons, integrating experiential wisdom could be part of this as well, around the career or what brings you fulfillment. But more, zooming in, Mercury retrograde here. Mercury rules your Gemini first house of the self, the physical body, how you want to move through the world. So some of you might start really reviewing and revising in new ways regarding what career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment is really going to serve you physically. It's going to serve sort of who you really are, your identity, and how you want to move through the world. Mercury also rules your Virgo fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might be reviewing and revising a home situation, relationships with family, property, real estate themes, even renovations, redecorations are part of that as well. It doesn't have to be like you're moving or a major thing like that, but any of those themes or themes within those themes that you could be reviewing and revising and how they ultimately support your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So moving into the end of February, this could be a good time to see, look at the foundation of your lives, your living situation, relationships with people you live with, family, and sort of, working things out or figuring things out or contemplating how that foundation is going to support the career goals or what feels more fulfilling to you. And also with the Saturn connections between, Aries and Aquarius around this time, what is going to support you long-term around your long-term goals, your growth and potential that again could be career related for some of you. And this Mercury retrograde could be tying into the full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd that will be in your Virgo fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, really illuminating something around this time. So with Mercury ruling that eclipse on March 3rd, right around the corner, this Mercury retrograde could be, at the end of February, could be a time of reviewing and revising what's going to serve you, what's going on with home, family, property, real estate themes that could be tied to that full moon eclipse on March 3rd, really closing something out, culminating something in that home, family, property, real estate area that could ultimately create new outcomes to home, family, property, real estate, as well as you, your appearance, your identity, and how you want to move through the world. Hello, Cancer Risings. So right on February 1st, we have this full moon at 13 degrees of Leo in your second house of earned income and self-worth. So if you're watching, you can see the sun and the moon in opposition, but if you're listening, the sun and the moon in opposition, it's actually really highlighting your financial houses. So both luminaries are illuminating your finances. This could also include the opposing house to this full moon, which I always like to include because it's highlighting this whole axis. So yes, a full moon in your second house of earned income and self-worth. So there could be something illuminated, something closing out, culminating around finances and or self-worth. But I also like to consider the opposing house, which is that 8th house of transformational work. So, anything to do with like self-worth or transformation or mainly financial themes. So the 8th house is those long-term finances. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners, resources. So you're really kicking off February with a lot of energy kind of building in those financial houses. Now, some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025. Were there ideas, new chapters starting, new projects that could have involved finances or resources that could now be culminating, right? This full moon is connected to the new moon that took place here in July of 2025. So some of you might be seeing that play out. The other thing I want to mention with this full moon is that this full moon is culminating shortly after a Mars-Pluto conjunction at 3 degrees in your Aquarius 8th house of those long-term finances, investments, assets, debt, loans, resources, including partners' resources, if applicable. So some of you might be sort of closing out January with some things sort of culminating or playing out with finances, but with the Mars-Pluto conjunction happening before this full moon, in your financial houses, Mars rules this 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you could be seeing sort of financial themes being tied to business, public recognition, what feels more fulfilling to you, and how maybe things are coming up in the beginning of 2026 with this Mars-Pluto conjunction around sort of what are your long-term financial goals that support what feels more fulfilling to you, business, career, etc. Now, Mars also rules this 5th house of creativity, self-expression. So some of you may have had scenarios come up where maybe you're considering investing in, your creativity, your artistry, your self-expression, especially if that's your business, if that's your line of work or things that feel more fulfilling to you. The 5th house is also children. So if you have children, if that is applicable to you, some of you might be thinking about sort of your long-term plan of action with finances regarding children, family planning, etc. that could be tied into this. So there's a lot of potentials as to what other themes are being pulled into these financial themes as you go into February. Now, when we get to February 13th, which is what everyone is talking about, and quite frankly, I'm ready to celebrate. February 13th is when Saturn officially makes its final ingress. It is no longer going to retrograde back into your Pisces 9th house. So February 13th, Saturn makes its final ingress into your Aries 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this is where a lot's going to come up. I have a whole separate podcast episode you can check out on Saturn and Aries. I go through the transits over the next couple of years. It's a lot more comprehensive. So for time purposes, I'm not going to get into all of that. But Saturn's final ingress into your Aries 10th house, I think a lot of us collectively are going to feel this because Saturn is coming from Pisces, which is a Jupiter-ruled area, and moving into Aries, which is a Mars-ruled area. And when Saturn makes its final ingress into this Aries 10th house, a Mars-ruled area for you, Cancer Rising, Mars is in Saturn's home. And so we call this mutual reception. So at the time of Saturn's final ingress, Saturn and Mars will have swapped homes. And I think that that's quite significant. Sort of like they're trying to communicate with each other. They're trying to work with each other. And so the transition from a Jupiter-ruled area to a Mars-ruled area, I think, is something that we are going to feel, and sort of where Saturn for the past couple years has been reporting to Jupiter. Now it's going to be reporting to Mars. And so this is going to probably feel a lot different for you, Cancer Risings, because Mars rules your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, a very visible area of your chart and thus life. So the next couple of years could be interesting in terms of like what you're restructuring, what you're rebuilding, what boundaries you're sort of shifting around regarding what feels more fulfilling to you, or career, business, public recognition themes. Especially with Saturn ruling the 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, some of you might be really shifting, your discernment, your boundaries and connections with others, and its impacts to sort of your work, your career, or what brings you fulfillment. And Saturn also rules, again, this Aquarius 8th house of yours, where it's the long-term finances, the resources, the partner's resources, if applicable. So for the next couple of years with Saturn going through the 10th, a lot of Cancer Risings, you might really be considering sort of like what is the long-term financial management or goals that can bring you more fulfillment, that is playing into sort of your business, your career, your public recognition. So a lot's going on with Saturn this month, especially with it applying to this conjunction that goes exact on February 20th, which I will get to. But when we get to February 17th first, so before the February 20th, we have this new moon at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 8th house of, yes, transformation. So some of you, it could be more mental or transformative. But really that 8th house is another strong financial house. Again, long-term finances, resources, partners' resources, if applicable. And so this is really the first eclipse in the Aquarius Leo eclipse series. It's going to take place over the next couple years. And the eclipses are going to start taking place in your financial houses. So this can really create some changes, some beginnings, some endings. And so on February 17th, we really kick off that series, where this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees could be a really strong new chapter, new ideas, planting new seeds regarding your investments, assets, debt, loans, inheritance, wills, partners' resources, really taxes, all of those major long-term financial themes and impacts to those areas. And as I mentioned in the yearly, this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn has just ingressed into your 10th house of career, business, and public recognition. So I think for a lot of Cancer risings, especially if you're still in business, if you're still working, you're still focused on public recognition, any of those themes, some of you could be really starting a new long-term financial chapter or making transformational decisions that really impact this long-term restructuring or starting something new, even investing in your career, your business, your public recognition, or those things that bring you fulfillment if career is not a thing or theme in your life at this point. So a lot's going on with Saturn. And the other thing I want to mention about this eclipse is that it will also be square Uranus in your Taurus 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So that's another clue from my perspective of, what's going on with long-term goals, long-term financial goals, resources, and its impacts to sort of your visibility, your business, your career, or what brings you fulfillment. But an eclipse square Uranus, that's a lot of potential for action and change, innovation with Uranus. So innovation, action, and change to your long-term goals, who you surround yourselves with. And what's interesting about this Uranus square the eclipse is this Uranus just stationed direct on February 4th. So this is really, I think, kicking off sort of the last sort of, tying up of loose ends that you've endured with Uranus going through this Taurus 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals, creating a lot of shifts and changes and innovation and even times of potential destabilization regarding your friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. So some of you could see sort of those last minute shifts and changes with the square to the eclipse in your financial. So I think there could be a lot of, transformational decisions, initiating new decisions, new financial goals, managements, anything along those themes, and its ability to kind of create shifts and the ability to take action to innovate and change any last minute long-term goals, social network connections before Uranus officially leaves your Taurus 11th house in the coming months. So again, a lot of potential with this new moon solar eclipse square Uranus. I think there's a lot of potential for innovation and change, and its connections to, for a lot of Cancer risings, your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Now we get to February 20th, when Saturn and Neptune are conjunct, exact by degree and minute. So they will be conjunct at 0 degrees, 43 minutes in your Aries 10th house of career, business, and public recognition. I can't emphasize it enough how rare this conjunction is at 0 degrees. I actually don't think it's ever happened at 0 degrees of Aries, which is a critical degree. It's a sensitive point in the chart. It's really, I think 0 degrees of Aries is just this like pure, potent new beginning. So I think this also plays into maybe new ideas or new sort of chapters for a lot of Cancer risings that you might be considering. Not quite maybe taking action on yet. Maybe in April, that will be a thing. We'll get to April when we get to April, but some of you might be really gearing up to maybe shift things, change things, start something new regarding those themes. And the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes in your Aries 10th house of career or what brings you fulfillment. When I looked at the human design chart, it's happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. So gate 25 is really about retaining innocence. And I think innocence, a lot of people think of innocence in a variety of ways, but my perspective on this is sort of, when I think of gate 25, I think about how we can retain our true essence, stay grounded in who you really are, the true essence of who you really are, despite what life is throwing at you, especially in 2025, where there's a lot of potential for things to happen. And I think it's really just about how can you maintain the true essence of who you are and what you really want, despite, what Neptune might be dissolving or surrendering for some of you around this time. So it may not look like how you maybe thought it was going to look or feel, or, whatever might be going on for a lot of Cancer risings around this time, but sort of just maintaining that innocence, that true essence of you. And because it's happening at line 3, I think that's really interesting, because line 3, in my opinion, is really about doing, trying, keep doing and trying. Line 3 is about experiential wisdom and learning best by doing and discovering on your own. So I think with Saturn at gate 25 and this Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at gate 25, line 3, there could be this undercurrent of collective energy around starting something new, but sort of trying and doing and, trial and error, and allowing ourselves to make mistakes and gain that experiential wisdom going into this year with Saturn at gate 25, really roughly through March. So we're in this kind of interesting energy with the transits, but also the human design element as well. And the Saturn Neptune happening at gate 25, line 3, and sort of, maintaining the essence of who you are and gaining experiential wisdom by like doing the thing, trying the thing, seeing how it feels. And Saturn ruling your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. Some of you might be, going into like a new phase or a new chapter in personal and or professional partnerships where it's new and it requires you to just do it or to try it and to sort of learn as you go through it. Saturn also ruling this Aquarius 8th house of yours, long-term finances, resources, transformational work. Some of you might be going into a new financial chapter or seeking a new financial chapter, and just there's a lot of trial and error, or you kind of have to go through it and learn and try new things. And so it could be financial, it could be resources, it could be transformational work, or personal and professional partnerships sort of sprinkled into those human design themes. And I want to close out the month on February 26th when Mercury stations retrograde in your Pisces ninth house of growth and potential. That could be career related for some of you if you have your midheaven in Pisces. So the Mercury retrograde in Pisces from a bird's eye view is really interesting because the Mercury retrograde is happening after Saturn officially leaves this area that Mercury is retrograding. So from a wide perspective, I'm looking at it like maybe a potential to review and revise, reminisce, look back on what Saturn has done the past couple years. For some of you, it could be career related, but what Saturn has done to build growth and potential in your lives, how it's impacted partnerships, how it's impacted finances, resources, transformational work as well for some of you. So from a broad perspective, I'm looking at it like that. But from a more zoomed in perspective, Mercury does rule your 12th house of behind the scenes, subconscious thought patterns, and it's in this ninth house of growth and potential, which includes higher knowledge, spirituality, travel. So some of you could be reviewing and revising sort of your mental thought patterns, your dreams, subconscious thought patterns, and how it's impacting, your spirituality, your truth, your belief, or vice versa. You could be reviewing and revising sort of your knowledge, your spirituality, which could include teaching or publishing for some of you as well. That's really landing in the ninth house. And its impacts to sort of your thought patterns, your dreams, sort of what you're working on behind the scenes. Now, Mercury also rules your Virgo third house of communication, exchanging information, technology, which could be personal and or professional. So some of you could be sort of reviewing and revising your knowledge, your spirituality, travel, its impacts to your communication, your short distance travel, exchanging information, those people, places, and things within your everyday environment. So you could be sort of reviewing and revising even paperwork or sort of mundane everyday things to maybe support more time focusing on your growth and potential, more time on publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, higher knowledge. Now, what's interesting about this Mercury retrograde is that the full moon lunar eclipse in your Virgo third house that takes place on March 3rd, so literally the next week at this point, right around the corner, is ruled by Mercury. So whatever it is you're reviewing and revising, it could be playing into something culminating behind the scenes, what's going on mentally, what's going on with your communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, again, those people, places, and things that are in your everyday environment that you could be reviewing and revising. That full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd could be really culminating that or illuminating that or closing out some sort of chapter that at this juncture you could really be reviewing and revising. Now, because that full moon lunar eclipse is ruled by Mercury on March 3rd, so right around the corner with this Mercury retrograde, I think some of us could see even potential outcomes or new outcomes to sort of your mental thought patterns, your dreams, as well as sort of new outcomes to your neighborhood, your community, your communication, exchanging information, technology, relationships with siblings and extended family. So definitely stay tuned for that. February, there's a lot going on with Saturn. There's a lot going on with these eclipses, but the end of February, it's still, I think, a lot of potential for things to come up as we're reviewing and revising. And this full moon lunar eclipse is right around the corner on March 3rd. That could really culminate at this juncture what you are reviewing and revising. That could heavily be behind the scenes, mental or sort of communication, exchanging information, things going on in your everyday environment. That could be personal and or professional. Hello, Leo Risings. So kicking off literally on February 1st, when we have this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo first house of the self, the physical body, appearance, how you show up in the world, how you take independent action. So a lot could be really highlighting you, sort of balancing your needs versus the needs of others, generally speaking. But some of you might literally find yourself just more in the spotlight. Now, because this full moon is happening at 13 degrees in your Leo first house of self, it's the sun and the moon in opposition. So I always consider the opposite house, which for you is that 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage, that things could be sort of really culminating or happening with personal or professional partnerships around this time. And this full moon is highlighting sort of how you need to take care of your needs versus the needs of others. So these are angular houses. So this full moon, depending on your natal chart, could definitely bring up a lot, highlight a lot, illuminate a lot, maybe close out some things, close out some chapters that some of you could even think back to July of 2025. So, what were some discussions, some ideas, new things that were coming up in July of 2025 that could be really culminating around this time, that could create changes to either career or public recognition, or create changes to home, family, property, real estate themes. The other thing I want to mention about this full moon is that it's culminating shortly after a Mars-Pluto conjunction at 3 degrees of Aquarius in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So this full moon could also be illuminating or highlighting something that came up strongly for some of you regarding those Mars-ruled areas. So Mars rules that 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could have seen some things really come up or play out that could have even been as extreme as transformative or opportunities for empowerment regarding, home, family, property, real estate themes that came up. Mars Pluto sometimes can be a little challenging. It can be a little, at its low vibration, it can be extremely violent. At its higher vibration, I think it's an opportunity to sort of empower. And it's an Aquarius, so empower all involved. But Mars also rules this Aries 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you. So travel, spirituality, truth, beliefs, higher knowledge. So some of you could have had some stuff come up regarding those themes that's somehow playing into this full moon that's really highlighting you versus the others in your lives. And then we get to February 13th, where Saturn makes its final ingress into your Aries 9th house of growth and potential. So this is the final ingress. Saturn is officially not going to retrograde back into this Pisces 8th house, which honestly was probably challenging for many of you the past couple of years. I know I'm a Leo rising. I'm actually looking forward to Saturn going into Aries, even though it's in fall by essential dignity. At least it's visible to us and trine to our first house of self. If you're interested in more depth and details to Saturn and Aries, I have a whole separate podcast episode just on Saturn and Aries that goes over the next couple years in a lot more detail. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. But for time purposes, Saturn entering Aries on February 13th. What I want some of you to consider is that Saturn is going from this Pisces 8th house, which is a Jupiter-ruled area. So for the past couple years, Saturn was reporting to Jupiter. Now with Saturn officially in Aries, which is a Mars-ruled area, is now reporting to Mars. So this is where I think a lot of us might really start to feel that shift of Saturn's conversation and sort of who Saturn is reporting to is changing drastically. You know, Jupiter and Mars are very different planets and they rule very different areas of your chart and thus life. So with Saturn in the past couple years reporting to Jupiter, you know, Jupiter rules that 8th house of transformational work, transformational decisions, fears, long-term financial goals, as well as your Sagittarius 5th house of children, if applicable to you, creativity, self-expression. So whatever Saturn was really challenging and trying to strengthen, potentially through transformational work or financial themes, including partners' resources, as well as personal and professional partnerships, challenges to those areas for some of you in the past couple of years. It's reporting to Jupiter, where, you know, Jupiter was in Gemini for some time. So it was sort of reporting to Jupiter, considering those Gemini 11th house themes of long-term goals, who you want to surround yourselves with. So you could have seen sort of outcomes or changes to friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. And then more recently, Saturn was reporting to a Jupiter in Cancer. So, you know, outcomes to your subconscious thought patterns, what's been going on behind the scenes, even hidden enemies. And so there's a lot that's come up with this. Now Saturn's reporting to Mars. And Mars is in your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, which is ruled by Saturn. So as Saturn moves into your Aries 9th house, it's actually now in mutual reception. It's swapped homes with Mars. So Mars is in Saturn's home and Saturn is in Mars' home. And I think that that's quite significant with the transition of Saturn and sort of that energetic shift that I think a lot of us are going to feel. So the focus for the next couple of years is definitely going to change with Saturn, especially with Saturn ruling this Capricorn 6th house of work, health, and routines, as well as your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So some of you might definitely be focused on sort of your growth and potential, which could be career related. Growth and potential for your health, your vitality, your wellness, your work, as well as growth and potential within your current personal and professional partnerships, but also what partnerships are part of that growth and potential future. You know, the level of boundaries or discernment of sort of new people coming in for some of you, and how it plays into that growth and potential that a lot of you are really focused on or going to be focused on over the next couple of years. So a lot's going on with Saturn this month, but when we get to February 17th, it really continues because we have an eclipse that's ruled by Saturn. So on February 17th, we have this new moon solar eclipse in your Aquarius 7th house of personal and professional partnerships at 28 degrees. So if any of you have your descendant, if you know your chart, if you have your descendant at 28 degrees, this could really specifically sort of target your connections with others or the connections you want to make with others, creating new chapters in that area. But generally speaking, new moon solar eclipse, you know, strong new beginning in the area of personal and professional partnerships. And this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is about to form an exact conjunction by the minute with Neptune in your Aries 9th house of growth and potential, which could include higher knowledge, spirituality, travel, truth, belief. For some of you, it could be career related, publishing, teaching, etc. So I think there's a lot on the table with this new moon solar eclipse happening in your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, with it being Saturn ruled and that Mars Saturn in mutual reception. So there's just this very strong connection with this eclipse, I think, for Leo risings to sort of, yes, personal and professional partnerships, but there's this mutual reception going on in the background, like connecting your 9th house of growth and potential to the area of partnerships. The other thing that's interesting about this new moon solar eclipse is that it is square. It is creating a 90-degree angle, a square to Uranus at 27 degrees in your Taurus 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So whatever ideas, seeds that are being planted, sort of what you want to cultivate within personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract, that could definitely be playing into some shift or change around the growth and potential you want to build over the next couple years or focus on. The square to Uranus is interesting because that has a lot of potential energy to create change and innovation to career, business, public recognition. And so definitely look out for those themes to come in. Now, this is a new moon, so this could play out over the next 5 or 6 months for some of you. This might not happen, wham bam right away. This might be something that sort of is planted, and you will start to really see the change or the innovation really play out over the coming months. But the square to Uranus at 27 degrees, that Uranus just stationed direct on February 4th. So generally speaking, I think that this Uranus packs a little bit more punch. It packs a little bit more ability to create that innovation and change because it's not in a state of retrograde. It's moving forward. And it's not only moving forward, it is literally finishing the story in your Taurus 10th house of career and business, public recognition, where it's been for roughly the past 7 years, creating a lot of instability, a lot of change, a lot of upheaval for a lot of Leo risings, where this is the home stretch. This is the last bit. So for some of you, you could see some new ideas or new things developing within your current personal or professional partnerships. It's going to create that lasting change and innovation to your career, your business, your public recognition that could also be playing into some sort of, shifting boundaries or restructuring regarding the overall growth and potential and direction you want to take with that. Then when we get to February 20th, we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction exact at 0 degrees, 43 minutes. In your Aries 9th house of growth and potential, which again could be career related, including teaching, publishing, long distance travel, higher knowledge, spirituality, truth, belief, etc. So again, there's so much going on with Saturn this month, but this happening at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, it's a critical degree. It's a sensitive point. I can't emphasize that enough, in my monthlies, my yearly. This is such an important conjunction, and it's at that 0 degree Aries mark, which is it's like where all things begin. And there's something new. So with Saturn ruling your 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, your 6th house of daily work and health routines, like you could really be initiating something new from a work perspective, from a personal or professional partnership. This could even extend into something like something new within a partnership. Like you could see a partner be sort of venturing into new territory or doing something new. So again, there's a lot of potential, but definitely pay attention to those themes as to the areas of where that potential could definitely play out. When I looked at the human design, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, this is happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. And gate 25 is about retaining innocence despite the intensities of life. So a lot of times, when we think of innocence, we think of like the innocence of a child or the innocence of a baby, which is absolutely true. But when I think of gate 25, I think about how can we retain the true essence of who we are. Not the jaded version or the traumatized version, but like the true essence of who you are, despite what life is throwing at you, despite what Neptune at this time might be dissolving, surrendering, or shifting that really no longer supports that longevity or the future that you want to build. So with it happening at line 3 is also interesting in this case because line 3 is about learning. It's about doing, like actually doing the thing, actually having experiential wisdom. It's not, line 3 is not necessarily, I'm just going to read a book or I'm going to watch these people do it and then learn from it. It's, I'm going to go live it. I'm going to actually live it. I'm going to experience it for myself, discover it for myself, and have the experiential wisdom. So whatever is sort of happening around this time for a lot of Leo risings, like there could be this undercurrent of new beginnings, and innovation and change that could be impacting or coming from personal or professional partnerships, could be impacting or coming from your work, your health, your routines, that could be really creating this new foundational future for the growth and potential you want to focus on and build over the next couple of years. But it might require us to just do the thing and to learn and to gain the experiential wisdom and make mistakes and not, shame ourselves for that. Just focus on the experience and the knowledge that you're gaining by actually doing the thing and living your life, experiencing your life. So very interesting with the human design component, and the astrological transit where, it's happening at gate 25, which is like the gate of innocence, but 0 degrees of Aries is like the purest form of Aries, in my opinion. It's like really the first 10 degrees of Aries is like the beginning of Aries, that courage, that sort of like pure courage or innocence to go do the thing. And then, down the line, you find out that, life is a little bit more complicated. But the 0 degrees of Aries, I think, is just by astrology indicating that pure courage or that pure sort of like navigating that new something, while Neptune is dissolving, maybe boundaries or shifting things around in order for us to initiate that new thing. That could feel a little scary. That could feel a little uncomfortable or intense at times, but it's maintaining and focusing on the true essence of who you are and not letting life sort of get you down or make you jaded and get you off the path to what you're really trying to build for the future. I really want to close out the month on February 26th when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in your Pisces 8th house of transformation, really those long-term financial goals. So investments, assets, debt, loans, taxes, partners, resources, if applicable. So from a wider perspective, I think it's interesting that Mercury stations retrograde shortly after Saturn leaves that Pisces 8th house area. So it's almost like Saturn makes that final ingress out of this Pisces 8th house of yours, and then Mercury starts a revisionary process in that area shortly after. So from a broader perspective, I'm looking at this Mercury retrograde as maybe a time where a lot of Leo risings are starting to reminisce, starting to look back on the past couple years. How much has changed? How much, especially Saturn going through the 8th, I feel the majority of the time when Saturn goes to the 8th, how you went into Saturn going into your 8th versus how you're coming out of Saturn leaving your 8th, you're just not the same person. You're just not. Your partnerships may look different. Your health may look different. Your work may look different. You're just, a lot of Leo risings, I think, are coming out of this, maybe using this Mercury retrograde as a time to kind of review and revise what's happened. Like now that Saturn's out of this area officially, maybe now you can take the time to look at what has happened the past couple years and what it's done and how much it's changed and how much you've strengthened in that area. Now zooming in, Mercury retrograde in your 8th house could definitely be a time of reviewing and revising financial themes, partners' resources if applicable. But Mercury rules the opposite financial house, your 2nd house of your earned income and self-worth. So some of you might be reviewing and revising sort of your earned income, your financial budgets, how they're playing into long-term financial goals or budgets, resources, etc. And this Mercury also rules this Gemini 11th house of your social network and your long-term goals. So you might be reviewing and revising sort of who you surround yourselves with, reviewing and revising your long-term goals and how it can really be integrated into those long-term financial goals or financial management, resources, transformational work. Now that Mercury is in Pisces, so Mercury is in detriment. So you might be looking at this from a different angle compared to previous years or, other times. The other thing that's interesting about this Mercury retrograde is that on March 3rd, there will be a full moon lunar eclipse in your Virgo 2nd house of earned income and self-worth, which is ruled by Mercury. So I find it very peculiar that Mercury stations retrograde, this revisionary process around finances, long-term goals, your social network. And right around the corner, literally the following week at this point, on March 3rd, you have a full moon eclipse illuminating, culminating, closing something out in your 2nd house of earned income and self-worth. So something could be sort of closing out, closing a chapter, closing a deal, illuminating something around, the finances you want, the finances, material possessions, illuminating your self-worth, your value, that could be playing into what you're reviewing and revising the last week of February going into March. So definitely pay attention to the last week of February. What has been building around finances, your social network, your long-term goals that could be gearing up to review and revise. That could be playing into something with this full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd around the corner. It could really be culminating something, illuminating something, closing something out regarding finances, self-worth, material possessions that could create new outcomes or potentially new outcomes to your earned income, to your social network, your long-term goals. So I think there could be sort of new financial budgets, maybe new money, new levels of self-worth, as well as, new outcomes to your friends, your groups, your communities, and your long-term goals that could really start to be building the end of February and certainly as we get into March. Hello, Virgo Risings. So we are kicking off on literally February 1st with this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, dreams, behind the scenes stuff. I would definitely pay attention to what's going on mentally, what is going on, if you have any interesting dreams, sort of what you've been working on behind the scenes, and where any of those themes could really be illuminated or culminated around this time. Now, the full moon in the chart is the sun and the moon in opposition. So with full moons, I always consider the opposite house, which for you is that Aquarius 6th house of health, work, and routines. So something could be going on behind the scenes, something could be coming up mentally, subconsciously, that could also be tying in some health situation, your overall mental and physical health, your daily work, situations with coworkers, and sort of how your routines are impacting those areas. So definitely pay attention to any of those themes. Now, there's two things with this full moon that I want to discuss. The first is the new moon that took place here in your Leo 12th house was back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to what was going on, what was really coming up in July of 2025 that now could really be coming to full fruition or culminated around this time. I really like to think of the 6th and the 12th house as sort of like the mind-body axis. So definitely pay attention to like how your routines are impacting your health, or your mental health versus your physical health, or sort of what's going on behind the scenes with you mentally, or just your overall sleep, and its impacts to, your work or vice versa. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025, and it might be directly correlated to this full moon. The second thing I want to discuss with this full moon is that this full moon is culminating after a Mars-Pluto conjunction, or Mars-Pluto joined in the previous week leading up to this. So the end of January, Mars and Pluto were conjunct around 3 degrees in your Aquarius 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So this full moon might be playing into that. It might be culminating something to do with that. Now, Mars rules your Aries 8th house of transformational work, long-term finances, resources. So there might be some financial stuff. There may be some transformational work that might be playing into a health situation or your work or your routines. Mars also rules your Scorpio 3rd house of communication, exchanging information. This is also taking care of like appointments, paperwork, a phone call. So some of you, it could be super mundane, really everyday stuff that, is impacting your work, your health, or your routines around this time. And with Mars, ruling the Scorpio 3rd house, there could be some communication or exchanging information that might be playing into something culminating around something playing out behind the scenes, or something culminating regarding a work situation or a health situation for some of you. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Then we get to February 13th, big day, because that is when Saturn officially makes its final ingress into your Aries 8th house of transformational work. But really, this is a financial house, long-term finances. So think investments, assets, debt, loans, even partners' resources, if applicable. So Saturn is finally getting out of that 7th house of personal and professional partnership, where some of you may have had some tests and challenges, some trials and tribulations regarding your partnerships, situations playing out in marriage, personal, professional partnerships, etc. Now Saturn has finally left that area, and the focus is now on sort of the transformational work and the sort of long-term finances. So some of you may be focused on like paying off debt, or thinking long-term, increasing your investments, your assets, partners' resources, if applicable, over the coming years. So for Virgo risings, I'm actually coming off of Saturn in my 8th house. And I will say this was a time where the past couple years, I was able to get a lot more serious about paying off my student loans, really thinking about long-term, like focusing on sort of different ways of saving, investing, focusing on partners' resources, how to sort of utilize that. But I think the biggest thing for me in the past couple years with Saturn in the 8th that you're now entering was the transformational work, and facing some of like my biggest fears came up. And it was obviously, with Saturn, there's always challenges, but it was a really empowering time where I was able to strengthen myself in ways that I thought I never could. So this can, Saturn in the 8th can be a really powerful transit. Just keep in mind, it will trine and create flow to the 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, sort of behind the scenes stuff. So pay attention to what's going on mentally for you behind the scenes, the more hidden parts of your lives, and how that might be playing into what you're working on long term, how you're creating mutual empowerment. And I think that was the biggest thing the past couple years is what I needed to transform about myself in order to create more mutual empowerment, not only with personal and professional partnerships, but also just mutual empowerment, like financially long term. How can I set myself up for success long term was a major focus. Now, depending on your natal chart, it's going to depend on like what certain themes come up. But Saturn in the 8th can definitely be a really, really potent transit. So if you're interested in learning more about the effects of Saturn going through the 8th, I have a whole separate podcast episode on Saturn in Aries for Virgo risings that you can check out. It is really covering the whole transit. So the next 2.5 years, some major aspects to look out for, goes way more into depth, a lot more organized and focused on that Saturn. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. Anyways, with Saturn entering your Aries 8th house, I want to point out that Saturn is leaving your Pisces 7th house, which is ruled by Jupiter. So for the past couple years, Saturn has been reporting to Jupiter. Now, Saturn in Aries is reporting to Mars because Aries is ruled by Mars. So I think collectively, a lot of us are going to feel the shift from that reporting to Jupiter to now reporting to Mars. Mars moves a lot faster than Jupiter. So I think sort of the emphasis and the ebbs and the flows and the changes, I think, could come a lot faster with Saturn reporting to Mars. But also want to point out, when Saturn makes its final ingress into your Aries 8th house, again ruled by Mars, Mars at that time will be in a Saturn-ruled house. So Mars will be in your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So Saturn and Mars will be in this mutual reception in February, which is really interesting because it's sort of like they've swapped homes. And so for some Virgo risings, this could be some really interesting situations playing out with a health situation, with a work situation, your routines, its impacts to any like transformational big decisions you could be making, any transformational work, as well as some of you might be focused on sort of the financial situation, the investments, the assets, the debts, the loans, just financial resources in general, and how it's playing into something going on with work or a side business or a health situation, or just finding ways to emphasize your routines, where some of you might be like, how do I work smarter, not harder? How can I create more of that in the plan of action moving forward? So for the next couple of years, generally speaking, I think a lot of Virgo risings, you could be focused on strengthening your long-term financial future. And that could include transformational work in order to get you there. Then we get to February 17th, excuse me. So on February 17th, we have a new moon solar eclipse in your Aquarius 6th house of daily work, health, and routine. So generally speaking, really strong new beginning, new idea, new chapter that could be playing out over the coming months regarding a health situation, your overall vitality. Or for some of you, this could also include like a work situation, a side business, situations playing out with coworkers. So really strong new beginning where the eclipses are going to start shifting into the Aquarius Leo axis in your chart, really emphasizing sort of what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on mentally, what's going on with dreams versus what's going on with your overall health and work situation over the next couple of years, roughly. So this new moon really kicks off that series. And this new moon in your Aquarius 6th house, creating this new beginning, new chapter that could really start to play out over the coming months regarding work or health, is ruled by Saturn. So again, there's a lot going on with Saturn this month where this eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is getting very close, by the minute at this point, to a conjunction or joining with Neptune in that Aries 8th house of transformational work or those long-term finances. So This could include this new chapter, new idea, new unfolding over the coming months regarding a work or health situation. Could involve something surrendering or dissolving or shifting and changing to rebuild through that transformation. Or dissolving or surrendering sort of those outdated patterns, systems, and structures that no longer support the financial future that's going to help you achieve the work that you want to do, the health that you want to feel, and the routines you want to have. And lastly, this new moon will square Uranus at 27 degrees in your Taurus ninth house of growth and potential. So this could include themes of like higher knowledge, travel, specifically long distance travel, spirituality. For some of you, this could be career related. So publishing, teaching, travel, all those, really any growth and potential themes that could be coming up, or a lot of you have been focused on innovating and changing for roughly the past 7 years with Uranus here. But the square to Uranus creates a lot of opportunity for change, action, and change, especially with this Uranus that recently just stationed direct on February 4th. So I think this Uranus is stationed direct on February 4th. That is for momentum. And that is for movement around that Uranian sort of innovation and change, where this is the last leg of the journey for Uranus and Taurus. In the coming months, Uranus is going to make its final ingress into your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So this could be sort of the last action, innovation, or change to a work or health situation where you're also innovating sort of your knowledge about it, your growth and potential. So some of you could be really taking some action or change around shifting something around your growth and potential that's going to support that new chapter with work or new chapter with health with this eclipse that, again, I think for a lot of us it's going to play out over the coming months. Then we get to February 20th, where Saturn and Neptune will be exactly conjunct at 0 degrees, 43 minutes in your Aries 8th house of transformation, resources, long-term financial themes. So this is really, really important. Can't emphasize it enough. I don't believe this conjunction has happened before. It has happened before, but not at 0 degrees of Aries, which is a critical degree. It's a sensitive point. And so this could really be kicking off, in addition to that eclipse energy I just discussed, really be kicking off that surrendering or dissolving or sort of restructuring sort of your financial future, or maybe taking a different approach to making transformational decisions or transformational work that is going to support your health or a work situation. But I also want to point out that Saturn also rules this Capricorn 5th house of creativity, self-expression, romance, joy, and children, if applicable to you. And so this Saturn-Neptune conjunction could be really shifting your approach or creating sort of a new chapter around dating if you're single, a new approach around your relationship with your children if applicable, a new approach or new chapter around your artistry, your creativity, your self-expression, or just generally the things that bring you joy, and what financial future or transformational work is going to support that. In addition to some of you might be seeing this more in the health arena or just the general work arena. The other thing about this Saturn-Neptune conjunction, when I looked at the human design chart, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries is happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. And I find this really interesting because gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And a lot of us can have different definitions or different feelings towards what innocence actually means. But when I think of gate 25, I think of the ability to maintain the essence of who we really are when life is happening, when life gets intense or situations unfold, and being able to really maintain who you really are, the essence of who you are through that. And so I think this could be a time where the Saturn-Neptune conjunction could be sort of bringing up this opportunity to maintain the essence of what you really want and who you really are, while Neptune might be dissolving or surrendering or really shifting and changing something in your lives, that you can sort of stay grounded in what you want as you embark on something new. For many of us, especially with that new moon solar eclipse, we have a lot of new energy coming in February. But with Saturn Neptune happening at gate 25, line 3, the line 3 is really fascinating to me, because the line 3 is really about trial and error. It's about experiential wisdom. Line 3 is not going to sit back and read a book about life. Line 3 is going to go live life and experience it and gain that wisdom through that, which sometimes is like the best wisdom. You know, when you talk to someone who's lived it, who feels it, who knows what you're going through, it fully resonates. You know, sometimes that can be just the best. So I think there is this collective energy of navigating uncharted territory, new chapters, you know, new things that maybe you've never gone through before, but you know who you are, you know the essence of who you are, and you can sort of allow yourself this grace period of trial and error, of being able to try it, to keep trying, to learn best by doing, and discovering things for yourself, experiencing life for yourself, and gaining that experiential wisdom. So with that, it's also allowing ourselves to make mistakes, allowing yourself to make mistakes, and to be human, and to learn, especially with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in astrology happening at that 0 degree mark of Aries. That's the purest degree. It's that pure, raw Aries energy of beginnings, of initiating, of having the courage to go, to do, you know, where maybe we don't know everything. We don't have all the facts. We don't, you know, we think it's going to turn out a certain way, but as we start get going, it evolves, it changes. So I think this is a good time, especially for Virgo risings, to just kind of stay open to how things could be shifting around, you know, romantic situations, if you're dating, how things could be shifting or dissolving around, you know, redefining what brings you joy, what really is your heart's desire around this time, and sort of also redefining new ways of health and wellness and vitality, as well as, you know, the work and routines that are really going to support this new chapter for many of you. Then I really want to close out the month on February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in that Pisces 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage. Now, from a broad perspective, this Mercury retrograde is interesting because it's happening after Saturn officially left this area a few days ago, when Saturn has been there for the past couple years. So I think from a broad perspective, Saturn officially leaves this Pisces 7th house, and then Mercury stations retrograde, initiating this revisionary period in the 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So I think some of you might be reviewing and revising the past couple years regarding partnership, whether you're partnered up or not, situations that have played out in your relationships, whether they're personal or professional, how it's impacted you, you know, what you've learned. So some of you might be using this time period to sort of look back and reminisce and maybe integrate now that Saturn is out of this area. It's sort of like now that Saturn's out of this area, maybe some of you can start to see personal and professional partnerships or what's happened in this area in a new light, in a new way. And you're taking time to kind of integrate it, review and revise it. Now, more specifically, sort of zooming in, Mercury does rule your first house of self, physical body, appearance, how you show up in the world. So some of you could also be reviewing and revising sort of your needs versus the needs of others in personal and professional partnerships. Some of you might be reviewing and revising, your identity, how you want to dress, how you want to move through the world, how you want to take independent action, and how that impacts who you attract in your lives, situations playing out with personal and professional partnership. Mercury also rules your Gemini 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you could be really reviewing and revising sort of your career, your overall direction, what is really fulfilling to you. And that could be something that you could be reviewing and revising literally with personal or professional partnerships. Like you could be using trusted, close partnerships in your life as a soundboard to review and revise sort of what is fulfilling to me, what is the direction of my career. So there's a lot on the table here, especially because it's an angular house. It has the potential for a lot of you, depending on your natal chart, to create a lot of action and change as you review and revise in this area of personal and professional partnerships. But what's interesting is that days from now, I'm on February 26th, so March 3rd, so right around the corner, on March 3rd, there will be a full moon lunar eclipse in your Virgo first house of self, really illuminating or culminating something about you, your needs, your overall direction, how you want to take independent action. That could be really closing something out that, you've been going through. It could also involve your physical body, especially with so much that's been building in the 6th house of health. So some of you with like health issues or wellness stuff coming up, this could really culminate something regarding your physical body. Regarding that, again, take that if that resonates. If it doesn't, I think this could be more work or career related for some of you. Again, it depends on your natal chart. So this full moon lunar eclipse that takes place right around the corner on March 3rd is really interesting because it's ruled by that Mercury that's now retrograde, reviewing and revising. So keep in mind, whatever you're reviewing and revising, or it's really coming up towards the end of February, it could really culminate around you and your needs, your physical body, your appearance, how you want to move through the world. And it could create potential outcomes or potential new outcomes in March to your career, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and also potentially new outcomes in March regarding you, your physical body, yourself, and how you move through the world. Okay, Libra Risings. We're literally kicking off February with this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 11th house on February 1st. So first day of the month, this full moon at 13 degrees, really illuminating that Leo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. Now this full moon, there's two things that I want to bring up with this full moon. The first is, yes, this could definitely illuminate, bring things to culmination, fruition, could even bring sort of like the spotlight or the focus on something going on with your social network, friends, groups, communities, long-term goals. But this full moon is connected to the new moon that took place in this Leo 11th house back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025, what was really being initiated, ideas, sort of those seeds that you were planting that you really wanted to cultivate over the next 5-6 months. So some of you might be able to think back to July, and this could be directly connected to a situation that's been playing out or sort of culminating around this time. The other thing with this full moon is that this full moon happens after a Mars-Pluto conjunction took place the week prior. So the last week of January, we had, Mars applying to Pluto or Mars conjunct Pluto in that Aquarius 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, children, if applicable to you. So Mars Pluto can sometimes, the lower vibrational aspect of like a Mars Pluto would be just like overstimulation, violence, just, restlessness, that kind of feeling. So some of you could have felt that, in this area. But the higher vibrational aspect of like a Mars Pluto, I think, can just be just a lot of initiation, a lot of energy directed towards like desires, goals, plans of actions, being able to transform them, etc. Especially with Mars ruling this Scorpio 2nd house of earned income. And some of you might be like the week leading up to this full moon might have been focused on sort of what's going on financially, what's going on with your self-worth, and how this full moon is illuminating sort of your long-term goals, your social network, and how that might be playing into it. But Mars also rules this Aries 7th house of personal and professional partnership. So the week leading up to this full moon, again, could have involved like a situation playing out with personal or professional partnerships, including marriage, or sort of something happening where some of you are focusing on sort of the connections you do want to make over the coming, next couple years is sort of a focus point for some of you. So there's many things that could have happened, but my point is that this full moon is culminating something on this axis, this 11th house of long-term goals, social network, and that 5th house of creativity, joy, children, if applicable. So definitely pay attention to those themes and how they're really being illuminated or energized going into February, and how potentially that Mars-Pluto situation in the week leading up to this full moon could have played into sort of the situation that's playing out for some of you with those long-term goals, your friends, your groups, your communities. And again, some of you with Mars ruling the 2nd house could be a little bit of long-term financial stuff going on, a little bit of long-term partnership stuff going on. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Then we get to February 13th, the day everyone's talking about, when Saturn enters your Aries 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, again, including marriage. I have a whole separate Saturn and Aries podcast episode where I focus on the major transits and aspects that Saturn will be moving through this Aries 7th house of partnership for you over the next couple of years, where it's really just heavily focused on that. So if you haven't listened to that, definitely check that out. I think you'll gain a lot more insight as to what this could mean for you. But for time purposes, I want to focus on, yes, Saturn entering this 7th house. It is officially getting out of your 6th house. This is the final ingress of Saturn. So Saturn's not going to be retrograding back into your Pisces 6th house of health, work, and routines. So, for the past couple of years, some of you might have been heavily focused or challenged in the area of health or work or routines. So now Saturn is leaving that area. And some of you might be completely relieved to hear that. But now Saturn is moving into the area of your connections with others, your personal and professional partnerships. And for the next couple of years, some of you could really go through sort of this like restructuring, or especially with Neptune, releasing outdated structures, patterns of like the way you connect with people, or, things that no longer serve the next chapter in your relationships at this point. in your lives. So the thing about this, though, is that when Saturn enters Aries, I want to point out the shift in energy that I think a lot of us are going to feel. Because for the past couple years, when Saturn was in your Pisces 6th house, it was reporting to Jupiter. So it's sort of like Jupiter was Saturn's landlord. And so that's a very different, situation, right? Reporting to Jupiter the past couple years, where now Saturn enters Aries, and it is now reporting to Mars. It's as if, Mars is Saturn's landlord now. And so I think the difference between Jupiter and Mars, how Jupiter is sort of the ability to expand, the ability to sort of, the planet of abundance and expansion and expanding whatever it touches for better or worse. Now with it reporting to Mars, it's sort of like, Mars it moves a lot faster than Jupiter. And so I think our ability, like what we're going to be working with Saturn and how Saturn is reporting to a planet that moves a lot faster, which means Mars is going to move through your chart, through all these different areas, all these different houses that represent different areas of your life. And so I think with Saturn in a Mars-ruled sign, I think this is going to play into that acceleration that a lot of us might feel in 2026, where Saturn's going to be working us in a lot of different ways because Mars is going to be covering ground a lot faster, where Jupiter in a year period could stay in the same sign or maybe move into the next sign. But Mars in a year period can cover a lot of houses. It takes about 2.5 years for Mars to do a full loop around the chart. So with Saturn being in Aries for the next 2.5 years for you Libra risings, there's going to be a lot of ground that you're going to cover. And it could come back to the area of personal and professional partnerships. What personal and professional partnerships have longevity? How does it come back to, longevity and commitment and the life that you want to build? And with Saturn ruling your Capricorn 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, it could really tie in those themes as well. So for a lot of Libra risings, I think Saturn and Aries can create a lot of change to the foundation of your life, a lot of change to your career, your business, your public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment, and how that's playing into that Mars sort of motivation, desire, and plan of action over the next couple years that you're going to be filtering back to the area of partnerships. How is your partnerships, your marriage, your professional partnerships, your connections with others, the connections you want to make over the next couple years really affecting all these different areas of your life? I think a lot of Libra risings, you might be going through that from sort of a bird's eye perspective. Of course, this isn't your natal chart. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But when Saturn enters your Aries 7th house, again, Mars ruled, Mars at this time will be in a Saturn ruled house. So we have Saturn and Mars in mutual reception. It's sort of like they've swapped homes and they're trying to work with each other. They're trying to communicate with each other. And so I think that that's an important detail to Saturn's ingress. The coincidence of Saturn ingressing into a Mars-ruled sign as Mars is currently in a Saturn-ruled sign, I think is very interesting, and sort of building up to this new moon eclipse on February 17th that is Saturn-ruled. So we have a lot going on with Saturn this month, in my opinion, that's not always so apparent. But this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, children, if applicable to you. This is a really kicking off that Aquarius Leo solar eclipse that's going to happen over the next year or two, and this is the first one. So the first new moon solar eclipse, again, generally speaking, new beginnings, new ideas, planting new seeds around what really brings you joy, what feels creative, what feels more self-expressive to you. And again, this new moon eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn will be in that 7th house of personal and professional partnerships. So you could be contemplating sort of the connections you want to make, what's going on in your current personal and professional partnerships, and how is that helping you set a new chapter around your children, if applicable. What brings you joy? What's your heart's desire? Creativity, self-expression. So the thing with this, though, is that Saturn is within minutes to an exact conjunction with Neptune at 0 degrees on that cusp of the Aries 7th house of partnership. So once we get to February 20th, that Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, which I'm a broken record at this point, again, is a critical degree, a sensitive degree, which adds a little bit of zhuzh, a little bit of oomph to this conjunction. And the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, I think is quite significant, especially a few days after a Saturn-ruled eclipse. How I can translate this, not specifically, because again, I don't have your natal chart, but generally, I think this could be kicking off sort of the contemplation of what outdated systems, structures, patterns that even could be foundational to you, right? Because Saturn rules that 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So like what outdated systems, patterns that exist with relationships with family, your living environment, connections with others, personal and professional partnerships that no longer serve you, right? This is happening days after that new moon eclipse where some of you could be initiating something, starting something, planting the seeds, getting the idea. In order to cultivate that, some of you might need to say, you know what, I really need to surrender this. Saturn with Neptune, like Neptune is dissolving or surrendering. So what needs to dissolve? What needs to surrender in order to step into more joy, to step into more creativity, self-expression, or for some of you with children, like the time with your children, the relationships you want with your children, or sort of the future that you want with, your living situation, the people you live with, home, family, property, real estate. So there's so many things for Libra Rising, I think, that are really starting to initiate, especially in 2026, but February 2026, that are so foundational when you really start digging into planetary rulers and all the other stuff. So when I looked at the human design component of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction on February 20th, this will be at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. So gate 25 is the gate of innocence. This is, this doesn't mean like, oh, I'm never wrong, or I'm this pure, God or whatnot. But this is, when I think of the gate of innocence, gate 25, I think of how can we retain the true essence of who we really are as we navigate the intensities of life. So with whatever life is throwing at you, with whatever you're wanting to maybe initiate for some of you, staying grounded in the true essence of who you are. And with it being at line 3 is really interesting to me, because line 3 is really about trial and error. It's about doing things yourself, trying and keep trying, learning best by doing and discovering things for yourself. So there is this undercurrent of like whatever's happening or starting to really unfold. And for some of you, this might be internal. It might not be external yet. Whatever it is, just sort of allowing yourself to be human, allowing yourself to make mistakes and sort of initiate the thing, but always come back to the true essence of who you are. And really allowing yourself to discover what works for you, discover the creativity, discover what brings you joy, discover what's going to support you foundationally, and also just allow yourself, especially if you're single and you're seeking, partnership or connection, like allowing yourself to be human and like be the true essence of who you are and reestablish the patterns or the structures that are going to support those relationships. So this can manifest in a variety of ways. Take what resonates, leave the rest. But I think the human design component of really, Saturn and Neptune being at gate 25, line 3 is this like beautiful reminder to come back to the true essence of who you are and allow yourself to just be here and be human and make mistakes and gain experiential wisdom. Not taking things at face value, but actually experiencing it and gaining the wisdom with whatever you have, your eyes set on for 2026. Then I want to close out the month on February 26th when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in your Pisces 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. Couple things about this that might resonate for some of you. I find it peculiar that Mercury stations retrograde shortly after Saturn makes its official ingress out of this Pisces 6th house area. So Saturn makes the official out of that Pisces 6th house where it's been the past couple of years. And then Mercury stations retrograde in that area. So I think for some of you, you might be, now that Saturn is out of this area, that responsibility, that burden, having to be disciplined with the health, the work, the routines for some of you the past couple of years. Now that Saturn's out of this area, Mercury retrograde for some of you could just be reviewing and revising the past couple of years, sort of re-equilibrating, your thoughts on it, how you feel, maybe even perfecting it. So it's sort of like, when you're in a situation and it's not until you sort of leave that situation and say you're home alone that you can process it, that you can really see like what happened, sort of integrate the lessons. That's kind of, I think some of you might be going through this where it's like, okay, now that Saturn's out of the situation, like I'm home, I can think about this. I can think of what's happened the past couple of years and just try to integrate the lessons, integrate the new way, whatever it may be. But more specifically, if we zoom in, Mercury rules this Gemini 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you. So some of you might be reviewing and revising your routines, how they support your growth and potential, how they support your work, your career, or reviewing and revising your routines in a way that feels new, that feels different, especially with Mercury and detriment here, where it could be a situation where maybe some of you want to like add a side business or, focus on like publishing, teaching, traveling, spirituality, maybe going back to school, taking a class, higher knowledge themes, and sort of reviewing your routines and how you can fit all of that in. Now, Mercury also rules this 12th house of your subconscious thought patterns, behind the scenes work, dreams, the things that we don't always publicly advertise to the world. Mercury ruling this 12th house is also technically hidden enemies, which is a super scary word for, hidden enemies aren't these, it's not always these human beings that like come out of the woodworks. What I've learned over the years is that, hidden enemies with the 12th house, it could be viruses. It could be, like for me, it was, last year, it was mold. So hidden enemies it could be a variety of things that impact, again, with Mercury in the 6th, a variety of things that impact your coworkers, your work, your health, and your routines. So with Mercury retrograde ruling this 12th house, some of you could be reviewing and revising, maybe a health issue that was hidden to you that you took a long time to figure out. Some of you could be reviewing and revising your subconscious thought patterns and how they affect your work, your health, and your routines. Some of you might be reviewing and revising any behind the scenes work, stuff you're doing in private in order to support your health, your work, and your routines. So I would definitely focus on, mental, physical health, if that's something that's really been a thing for the past couple years with Saturn there. But generally speaking, just reviewing and revising, where you want to go, your growth and potential, what's going on mentally, what's going on behind the scenes, and sort of how you can fit that into your routine or how it's affecting your routines, your health, your work, etc. Now, this Mercury retrograde is happening before a full moon lunar eclipse in this Virgo 12th house on March 3rd. So literally right around the corner, the following week, you will have a full moon lunar eclipse culminating, illuminating something with dreams, subconscious thought patterns, what's going on behind the scenes, maybe illuminating something that was hidden to you previously that you can close out, that you can complete. And that full moon lunar eclipse can certainly illuminate that area, but this Mercury retrograde could be before that eclipse on March 3rd, around the corner at this point. It could be the time to sort of review and revise before that culminating effect, before that eclipse energy really kicks into gear in that 12th house, where as we get into March, some of you could see new outcomes or even potentials to the area of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you, as well as new potentials that can allow new thought patterns, new dreams, and new things that you're working on behind the scenes for some of you going into March. Hello, Scorpio Risings. So literally right on February 1st, we have this full moon at 13 degrees, illuminating your Leo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might see sort of projects being highlighted. Maybe there's more energy, more just a sense of feeling busy, anything being illuminated around like what you really desire, your, what feels more fulfilling to you, could really be sort of illuminating this very visible area of your chart, your career, your business, your public recognition, or what feels most fulfilling to you around this time. There's two things I want to talk about with this full moon that I think can help put it into perspective. The first being that this full moon is directly connected to the new moon that took place in your Leo 10th house back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025 around that time. What was being initiated? What ideas or metaphorical seeds were you planting around that time that you really wanted to cultivate, that you really wanted to come to fruition, that could be helping bring this to fruition around this time? The second thing I want to talk about with this full moon is that this full moon culminates shortly after a Mars-Pluto conjunction at 3 degrees in your Aquarius 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this full moon, I think, could really sort of highlight that angular houses in your chart, really highlighting, what's going on with what feels fulfilling, what's going on with career, what's going on with home and family, what's being highlighted in those areas around this time, where this Mars-Pluto in the week prior, the week leading up to this full moon, this Mars-Pluto joined. They were conjunct. And so Mars-Pluto can definitely, I think, for some Scorpio risings, especially with Mars ruling your first house of your physical body, how you take independent action, how you move through the world. I think some Scorpio risings could really feel the week leading up to the full moon a little bit more viscerally. I think there's more potential for that because of what Mars rules for you, but also, this Mars-Pluto could bring up a lot that you want to transform, a lot that you want to empower. It could bring up even some sense of restlessness around your desires, your motivation, your plan of action. So again, if you feel the restlessness leading up to this full moon on February 1st, whatever that restlessness is, I would say take a step back and ask yourself, what is this really showing me about what I really desire? How is it showing me what I really want? And focusing on that and not letting that Mars-Pluto restlessness get the best of you. And so again, this Mars-Pluto leading up to this full moon will be conjunct in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Mars rules your physical body. It also rules your 6th house of work, health, and routines. So some of you could really be feeling sort of that, focus on the foundation, focus on what you really want, focus on, your core desires, where this full moon can really be highlighting, in addition to that, what feels fulfilling to you, culminating things around your career, your business, your public recognition, or really shedding light on the foundation you really want, the foundation you really desire. And so there could be, for some Scorpio rising, I think there's going to be a lot building going into February. Now moving on to February 13th, where we have the final ingress of Saturn moving into your Aries 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So Saturn is making the final ingress. It is not going to retrograde back to or return to your Pisces 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you, for another 30 years. So hallelujah to that. I think for some Scorpio risings, I'm hopeful that this might sort of take that heaviness around maybe having to pencil in or plan more joy, or having to sort of restructure your definition of what brings you joy, your creativity, your self-expression. So with Saturn's final ingress into your Aries 6th house, now the focus the next couple years will be on, focusing on your health, your wellness, your routines, your work. I have a whole separate podcast episode on Saturn going through Aries, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, the other aspects that Saturn's going to make over the next 2.5 years. So that goes into a lot more detail. If you haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. But for time purposes, I kind of want to keep more of a broad perspective on what Saturn and Aries, at least in February, means. And what I want to point out is that Saturn, for the past couple years, has been in your Pisces 5th house, reporting to Jupiter. So Jupiter was like Saturn's landlord for the past couple years. So with Saturn reporting to Jupiter, which when Saturn was in Pisces, Jupiter was only going through Gemini and Cancer. Now Saturn is in your Aries 6th house, ruled by Mars. And so for the next couple of years, Saturn is now reporting to Mars. So I think the distinction that a lot of us are going to feel in terms of that energetic shift is, for the past couple of years, the discipline, the hard work, those Saturnian themes in the area of that fifth house was reporting to Jupiter, the planet of expansion and abundance. So that puts it into an entirely different perspective. Whatever you were focusing on, maybe there was this like thinking, okay, how is this really going to help expand this area? How is this really going to constructively create abundance in this area? Now with Saturn reporting to Mars, when Saturn's in Aries, Mars will have gone through pretty much all of the houses. So with Saturn reporting to Mars, Mars is going to cover a lot more territory, a lot more areas of life. So I think a lot's going to happen with Saturn the next couple of years. Like a lot is going to be reported back to Mars. Mars is going to be, at times communicating with Saturn. And Mars is a much faster moving planet. And Mars is your ruling planet. It rules your first house of self, the physical body. So I think this is really important for Scorpio risings, where I think a lot more ground can be covered in the coming years with Saturn in a Mars ruled sign, or with Saturn reporting to Mars. So then we get to February 17th. And now we have a new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So this could be, a really strong new beginning, new ideas, planting those metaphorical seeds, what you want to cultivate foundationally. What intentions do you have, or what do you want to cultivate? Relationships with family, property, real estate, relocation, renovations, really anything that foundationally is going to support the rest of your lives. The eclipses are now going to start taking place on this fourth house of home and family, and 10th house of career, business, or what brings you fulfillment access over the coming years. So this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius fourth house of home and family is really kicking off that Aquarius Leo series. And this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn, which has officially ingressed into your Aries sixth house of daily work, health, and routines. So there is this interesting situation where some of you might be heavily focused on your health, your vitality, your work, the routines that are going to bring you the most vitality, or the work that you want to do that's going to support this potentially new chapter foundationally for a lot of Scorpio risings around this time, that will likely play out or start to cultivate over the coming months. And what's interesting is that at the time of this eclipse, just a few days later on February 20th, we have the exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes. This is a sensitive degree. This is a critical degree, 0 degrees of Aries. So this adds a lot more importance to this conjunction, where that Saturn rules your Capricorn third house of communication, exchanging information, your neighborhood, your community, relationships with siblings, relationships with extended family, as well as your Aquarius fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So I think a lot of Scorpio risings could be sort of shifting perspectives, or with Neptune, surrendering or dissolving sort of these outdated patterns and systems and structures that really don't support the foundation that you want to live in, the foundation that's going to support you, communication, exchanging information, but also how those foundational components support your health, where you live, the people you live around, the people you live with directly impact your health, your wellness, your vitality. Where you live, how does it energize the work that you want to do? And where you live, how does it affect your routines? Are you commuting? Are you not commuting? The third house is where transportation lands as well, short distance travel. So some of you, like on a very mundane level, could be looking at, well, how can I shift my routines? How can I shift my commute so I have more time in my routine to focus on, my health or my work or whatever it is you want to focus on? And so I think a lot of Scorpio risings in February could be focused on, situations playing out with your siblings, your extended family in general, but really that foundational part of your life and how it's impacting, your work, your health, and your routines. Now, when I looked at the human design, the Saturn-Neptune at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, that exact conjunction in that 6th house, is happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. So gate 25 is about retaining innocence. It's the gate of innocence. And I like to think of gate 25 as, yes, innocence, but really like, how can we maintain the true essence of who we are through the intensity of life? Whatever's happening, this year and onward, like the ebbs and flows of intensity, the potential with the transits in 2026 onward, how can you always center yourselves in the true essence of who you are? And with it being at line 3, I think this is really fascinating because line 3, in my opinion, is really about trial and error. It's about, not taking things at face value, like actually trying things, actually doing the things to discover things on your own. It's really about gaining experiential wisdom by doing it, by trying it. But that requires, a level of, I think with Neptune, a level of empathy, a level of compassion, allowing yourselves to make mistakes, allowing yourselves to be human as you sort of navigate these new chapters or new ideas or, whatever it is you're really wanting to initiate in 2026, that, you can keep trying and you can learn best by doing and surrendering and dissolving and, really gaining that experiential wisdom as you move through whatever process you're moving through in 2026. And then I want to close out the month on February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in your Pisces 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So from a broad perspective, I want to point out that this Mercury stations retrograde shortly after Saturn officially leaves that Pisces 5th house. So I think for some Scorpio risings, now that Saturn has officially left this Pisces 5th house and won't return back to this area for another 30 years or so, this Mercury retrograde for some of you could be a time where you're really reviewing and revising the past couple years, how it's impacted your joy, how it's impacted romance, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable. So some of you might be heavily reviewing and revising like maybe the hardship or the lessons, or really integrating what you've learned in the past couple years with this Mercury retrograde. Now, more specifically, if we zoom in, Mercury rules your Virgo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So some of you might be reviewing and revising, your creativity, your self-expression, what what's your heart's desire, what brings you joy, and how that plays into who you surround yourselves with, how that impacts your long-term goals. Now, Mercury also rules this Gemini 8th house of transformational work or those long-term finances. So the 8th house is a financial house, but it's your investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources. So some of you might be reviewing and revising like a partner's resources if applicable, or, investments, assets, debt, loans, just like those long-term financial management to support those 5th house themes. So, reviewing financial themes or a partner's resources if applicable to sort of play into something that you're reviewing and revising regarding children, creative projects, artistry, self-expression. So some of you might be looking at sort of your creativity, your self-expression, having more fun, romance, whatever sort of is your joy, your heart's desire, and how sort of the finances, the resources could be sort of, investing in that or supporting that as you move forward. Now, this Mercury retrograde is happening to the lead up to the full moon lunar eclipse that will take place on March 3rd, right around the corner at this point, in that Virgo 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals, which is Mercury ruled. So, as we get to the end of February, this Mercury retrograde, whatever you're reviewing, revising, sort of, thinking about regarding those long-term goals, those financial themes, any transformational work that's going to help support children, romance, creativity, joy, self-expression themes, that full moon lunar eclipse right around the corner on March 3rd could really highlight or culminate something regarding a long-term goal, a dream, an aspiration, something playing out with your social network that could be playing into what you're reviewing and revising around this time. That when you get into March, that Mercury retrograde ruling that eclipse in that 11th house of social network and long-term goals, still reviewing and revising, but I think as you get into March, especially deeper into March, there could be this opportunity to create new outcomes, new potentials to long-term goals, social network, as well as new potentials to your long-term finances, financial management, or transformational work. Hello, Sagittarius Risings. Okay, so February 1st, there will be a full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 9th house of growth and potential, which could include things like long distance travel, higher knowledge, higher education, spirituality. For some of you, this could be publishing, teaching, or just generally career related, depending on your natal chart. So either way, this full moon is culminating the area, regarding growth and potential or any of those themes that again could be career related. But there's really like two things that I want to mention about this full moon that I think might help put it into perspective as we're all going into February. The first is that this full moon is directly connected to the new moon that took place in this Leo 9th house back in July of 2025. So think about what was going on in July of 2025, what was really happening, unfolding, initiating, that could really be culminated, coming to a close, or being illuminated around this time. That could also have something to do with short distance travel, communication, relationships with siblings, extended family, because the sun and the moon are in opposition in the chart. So it could also integrate these third house themes as well. The second thing I want to mention is that this full moon is culminating shortly after a Mars-Pluto conjunction took place in that third house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, your neighborhood. The third house is also transportation, so like cars, phone, laptop. So, anything that happened with like transportation, technology, could be personal, professional. There's a lot of things going on in the third house. But regardless, leading up to this full moon on February 1st, so really like the last week of January, this Mars-Pluto conjunction could have brought up, it has the potential to bring up quite a bit. These are two, the planet of power and transformation with the plan of action, desire, motivation, sort of merging together, where Mars rules your 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, dreams, behind the scenes stuff. So some of you could really be maybe communicating about what's going on mentally, what's going on for you behind the scenes. That could be playing into this full moon. Mars also rules your Aries 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So things could be playing out with those themes that could also be coming up around this time, or playing into this full moon, really energizing and culminating some busy houses. These are the houses of travel, of knowledge, of exchanging information. So there's a lot on the table here as we go into February for Sagittarius risings. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. Then we get to February 13th. I'm going to jump to the 13th, when Saturn enters your Aries 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, children, if applicable. So Saturn is making its final ingress out of your Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. So for the past couple of years, some of you may have had some restructuring, or some boundaries, or some tests and challenges to the foundation of your life, relationships with family, relocation, renovation, etc., etc. Now Saturn's officially out of that area and not returning to that area for another 30 years. So some of you might be having a huge sigh of relief at this point, because I feel that a lot of Sagittarius risings have gone through a lot of tests and challenges foundationally the past couple years. But again, depends on your natal chart. Now Saturn is entering your Aries 5th house. So the focus is going to shift more on, some of you who have children, if that's applicable to you. Saturn going through the 5th house sometimes can make you more of a disciplinarian. It can make you more structured and more disciplined regarding the time with your children, what they're doing foundationally, those kinds of things. Now, Saturn going through the 5th house regarding sort of creative projects, artistry, self-expression, you might be going through sort of a restructuring of that over the next couple of years. Some of you might be restructuring what brings you joy. Some of you might find in the coming, in the coming months, what you used to enjoy, what used to be fun, may not satiate you in the same way anymore. So some of you might be really needing to sort of pencil in time to discover like new creative outlets, new self-expression, new ways of experiencing joy. And some of you just might be restructuring sort of your heart's desire, what you really want out of life, and what you really want to build over the next roughly 15 years with the Saturn cycles. So a lot going on here, but I think some of you might be relieved to hear Saturn getting out of your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. And with Saturn entering Aries, I have a whole separate podcast episode where it's just Saturn in Aries, the transits, the aspects throughout the next couple years, where you can really dive deep into that. So if you haven't checked that out, definitely listen to that. But with Saturn in Aries, I want to point out a broader perspective, where for the past couple years, when Saturn was in Pisces, your 4th house of home and family, it was reporting to Jupiter, because Jupiter rules your Pisces 4th house. Now Saturn has entered your Aries 5th house, which is ruled by Mars. So now for the next couple years, Saturn is reporting to Mars. So I think that shift of Saturn reporting to Jupiter versus now Saturn reporting to Mars there's a big difference between that. I mean, one, they're two very different planets doing very different things, but Mars moves a lot faster than Jupiter. And when Saturn was in Pisces, reporting to Jupiter, Jupiter only really traversed about 2 signs, 2 areas. Now when Saturn's in Aries, reporting to Mars, when Saturn's in Aries, Mars will have traversed pretty much your whole chart by the time Saturn's ready to leave your Aries 5th house. So my point is, reporting to Mars, very different energy and very different essential dignity. And I think with Mars moving a lot faster and Saturn reporting to Mars, we're going to cover a lot more ground. I think there's going to be a lot more that happens. And I think this is playing into that accelerating effect that 2026 has with, the Uranus-Pluto trine and all of that. But I think when you really start looking at the cycles of things, Mars is going to move all throughout, your chart a lot faster. And Mars is going to traverse all these different areas of life that are reporting back to Saturn in that 5th house of joy, creativity, children, if applicable. So I think Saturn's going to do a lot in Aries. And then we get to February 17th. Well, actually before that, I also want to point out that as Saturn moves into your Aries 5th house, ruled by Mars, Mars will be in your Aquarius 3rd house, ruled by Saturn. So it's not every time that when Saturn ingresses into an area that it is in mutual reception. It has swapped homes with Mars. So it's not only reporting to Mars, but it's in mutual reception with Mars. So I think that plays into, it's sort of like they're trying to communicate with each other. And I think that plays into when we get to February 17th, when we have this new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, your community, your neighborhood, your short distance travel, your transportation, really those people, places, and things within your everyday environment. And this is really kicking off the eclipses in the Aquarius Leo series that we haven't seen for roughly, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 years. And so this new moon solar eclipse is helping initiate a new chapter to, your neighborhood, your community, maybe relationships with siblings or extended family. Maybe a new chapter, ideas with communication, technology, exchanging information that could be personal, but also professional, especially if you work in those fields. Either way, it's an eclipse. So eclipse season, beginnings and endings. And this eclipse is ruled by Saturn. So again, there's a lot happening and shifting with Saturn, where this eclipse, whatever new beginning is taking place, or you're sort of planting those metaphorical seeds to initiate a new chapter that you want to cultivate over the next 5 or 6 months regarding those 3rd house themes that I mentioned. It's also ruled by Saturn. This eclipse is in a Saturn-ruled area. So, and Saturn is in that Aries 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children if applicable. So this could also be a potential indicator that whatever new chapter you're setting regarding sort of your everyday environment, your communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, transportation themes, technology, personal or professional, it could have something to do with some major shift to, your creativity, your self-expression, what's going to bring you joy, and how those 2 houses might be synergistically working with each other around this time in order to initiate that new idea or that new chapter. The other thing I want to mention for Sagittarius risings too is that this new moon solar eclipse will be square Uranus in your 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So this has the potential, whatever new chapter you're initiating, it could also help create tangible results, or I would see how it could, whatever's happening around this time, see how it could create those tangible results to your health, your work, and your routine. So, whatever's going on with those 3rd house themes, how you're maybe integrating those 5th house themes, joy, creativity, children. There could be sort of changes or action to the work you do, your health and wellness, and your routines, as maybe you're initiating a new chapter around your everyday environment, or those people, places, and things within your everyday environment that could be personal or professional for some of you. Then we get to February 20th. And this is the exact conjunction with Saturn and Neptune at 0 degrees, 43 minutes on the cusp of your Aries 5th house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable. So this is at 0 degrees of Aries. I'm a broken record at this point. This is at a critical degree. It's a sensitive degree. This conjunction, it's hella important. I don't think we've ever even seen this Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries before. Why this is really important for Sagittarius risings is this Saturn rules your Capricorn 2nd house of earned income and self-worth, as well as your Aquarius 3rd house, as I mentioned, the communication, exchanging information, siblings, extended family, your neighborhood, transportation, technology, short distance travel. I think, again, with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, a lot of you could also be looking at your finances, looking at your material possessions, your self-worth, regarding what is happening, what is unfolding or being initiated, especially in this eclipse season that we're in at this time, that some of you might be shifting things financially, or surrendering and dissolving outdated structures or patterns that really no longer support the true essence of who you are, your real value, your self-worth. So a lot of you could be initiating new chapters that have the undercurrents of those themes that are playing into maybe something new happening with your children, maybe something new happening creatively, or just, something new initiating in your daily environment. So I think after the past couple of years with Saturn in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, I think some of you might be really shifting into, okay, what do I want to surrender and dissolve with Saturn to sort of rebuild the foundation that really brings me joy, the foundation where I can communicate, I can exchange information, the foundation that's going to support my finances, and most importantly, support my self-worth. Now, when I looked at the human design chart for this, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. Now, gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And I like to think of this gate as how can we stay centered in the true essence of who we are as we navigate the intensities of life. Life, especially with the Saturn-Neptune, especially with the transits in 2026, none of us are exempt from the trials and tribulations of life. And astrology will definitely teach us that. But the ebbs and flows and the varying intensities that life can throw at us, how can we with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction here, and sort of the human design component saying, hey, it's at the gate of innocence. How can we retain the true essence of who we are as we sort of navigate these new waves, these new chapters in our lives, and not let the previous chapters or the intensities of life that are temporary, get to us or destroy the true essence of who we are or the essence of what we truly desire in our lives. So with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at gate 25, line 3, I think that's really interesting because line 3 is about trial and error. It's about not taking things at face value. It's about really doing the thing, trying the thing, and gaining experiential wisdom. So there may be new chapters playing out for some Sagittarius risings this month regarding, things that are going on in your everyday environment. What is shifting in your neighborhood? Siblings, extended family, communication, short distance travel, transportation, technology, again, personal or professional. That some of you might also be kind of shifting or changing new chapters financially. What's going on financially that could be sort of new, or maybe some of you are wanting to shift out of a previous financial chapter that really doesn't support the future that you want to move towards. And also, just really integrating that self-worth in that true essence of who you are moving into 2026, and how allowing yourselves to be human, allowing yourselves to sort of make mistakes as you navigate something new. I think a lot of Sagittarius risings after the past couple of years, you could really be stepping into like a new way of life, a new way of being that typically happens after Saturn goes through the 4th house. So, if you're watching, on Spotify or YouTube, Saturn goes through this 4th house typically, especially if your IC is here, and it just restructures the foundation of our lives. And so a lot of Sagittarius risings could really be coming off this restructuring of the foundation of your lives. And then Saturn kind of moves out and moves up and starts to build upon that foundation. So I think a lot of Sagittarius risings, like you could be really shifting into, okay, now this whole foundational area happened the past couple years. Now, what is it that I want to build? But with Neptune involved with Saturn here, it's sort of saying, well, there could be some outdated patterns or systems or structures that you need to maybe surrender or dissolve that don't support the future that you want to build upon that foundation. So again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But I think a lot of Sagittarius risings might be stepping into that building phase that could be really starting to take place in 2026 moving forward. Then we get to, Then we get to February 26th. That's when I want to close out the month. On February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in that Pisces 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. And so from a very broad perspective, I want to point out that this Mercury retrograde is taking place shortly after Saturn officially leaves that Pisces 4th house of home and family. So I think for some Sagittarius risings, this might be a time where you're literally reviewing and revising what has changed, where you've been tested, challenged, maybe even integrating the lessons as you're sort of reviewing and revising with Mercury retrograding through this Pisces 4th house of home and family. So again, the analogy I'm giving is sort of like, if you've ever been in a really intense situation around a bunch of people, those bunch of people would, in this scenario, would be like Saturn. And so it can feel kind of like intense, like you got to navigate a lot of different things and you got to integrate a lot of lessons in that moment. But it's not until you get home and you're alone and you're thinking about the situation, you're thinking about how things unfolded, that you start to see things in a new perspective, or you start to say, oh, like I really, I need to integrate that, or I need to kind of work on that, or, you start reviewing and revising the situation. And that's kind of how I look at it, where now Saturn's out of this area, Mercury can kind of review and revise without Saturn's presence there. And so from a broad perspective, I think it could be a great time for Sagittarius risings to kind of review and revise like the lessons, what you want to, perfect, or just sort of reminiscing even to a certain extent. Now, if we zoom in and we get more specific on this Mercury retrograde, and this Mercury rules your Gemini 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships, including marriage. So some of you could be reviewing and revising something foundationally, home, relationships with family, property, real estate, renovations, relocation that could be playing out within your marriage, within your personal or professional partnerships that are sort of playing out, or, a scenario with a personal or professional partnership playing out or impacting, what's going on with home, family, property, real estate themes. Now, Mercury also rules this Virgo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So some of you might be reviewing and revising like what feels more fulfilling to you career-wise, or if career is not really, a major theme in your lives, then some of you could be reviewing and revising like what feels really fulfilling to you, what feels, what's going on with public recognition or public image that you're reviewing and revising, and its impacts to the foundation of your life. So again, I think a lot of Sagittarius risings could be really thinking about the foundation of your lives and how it's really going to support what feels most fulfilling to you, whether that could be career, could be public image, your visibility, or reviewing and revising the foundation of your lives in a new perspective. Again, Mercury's in detriment in Pisces. So some of you might be navigating this in interesting ways, but reviewing and revising sort of that foundation of your life, and sort of how is that going to support you? How is that going to support, the career, the public recognition, or what feels fulfilling to you, but also support whatever's playing out within marriage, personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract. So I think a lot could be coming back to or filtering back towards that foundational part of your lives, where when we get to the following week on March 3rd, there will be a full moon lunar eclipse in this Virgo 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So something could be really shining a light on your public image or on public recognition. Some of you could really kind of see things, or something could be illuminated regarding what feels fulfilling to you. Maybe something is culminating with like a work project, or just really highlighting in a big way. We're talking about an eclipse. So, beginnings and endings around like what feels fulfilling to you, the direction you want to take your business, your career, your public recognition. That this Mercury retrograde could be prepping you before that eclipse takes place on March 3rd to review and revise sort of what is ultimately going to support you foundationally, so that potentially when we get into March and we get into that full moon eclipse and the remainder of that Mercury retrograde, some of you might be creating new outcomes or new potential outcomes to the area of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage or the partnerships you want to attract, as well as creating new potential outcomes and new potentials overall to the area of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. Hello, Capricorn Risings. So, day 1 of February, February 1st, we have this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 8th house. Now, the 8th house is, transformational work, a house of fears, but it is, in my opinion, predominantly a financial house, and where we can even merge resources, including financial resources, with others, including business or personal partnerships. So with a full moon at this 13-degree mark in this Leo 8th house, this could definitely be illuminating, bringing something to fruition regarding financial themes, financial budget, financial management. This could include things such as, investments, assets, debt, loans, mortgages, inheritance, wills, partners' resources. So all of the long-term financial stuff, or if some of you are really working on more of like the transformational work, focusing on maybe a really big transformational decision. This is something that I've noticed with strong 8th house placements or transits is we, as someone who's gone through quite a lot in the 8th house in the past couple of years, I have uncovered that there are some major decisions that sometimes happen with 8th house transits. So some of you might be making big decisions that you're not going back on. That's one thing I've noticed with the 8th. It's sort of like you make a decision and moving forward is really the only way. So there's a couple things that I want to discuss with this, especially for Capricorn risings. The first is this full moon. If you're watching, you'll see full moons in the chart are the sun and the moon in opposition. So yes, this full moon is in your 8th house, but it is really highlighting, both luminaries are highlighting both financial houses. So there's also light being casted on your second house of earned income. So this could also be just really strong financial themes, your own personal income, your own self-worth, sort of where you invest your energy, whether it's through transformational decisions, transformational work, or just those investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable. Now, the other thing I want to discuss is that this full moon is technically connected to the new moon that took place here in this Leo 8th house back in July of 2025. So some of you might have been, might have started something new. Maybe it was starting, new financial budgets, new financial goals, paying off debts, partners' resources, investments, assets, like I said, transformational work, anything along those themes that maybe some of you were starting back around July of 2025, or just starting to focus on like, I really want to tackle this, or I really want to do this. This full moon could help culminate that or bring that thing to fruition for some of you. Now, the last thing I want to really talk about with this full moon that I think is going to help put this into perspective for some of you is that this full moon culminates days after we have a Mars-Pluto conjunction around 3 degrees in your Aquarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So this, I think, is going to be interesting for some Capricorn rising. So the week leading into February is important, in my opinion, because the week leading into February, we have this Mars-Pluto conjunction, which can create a lot of opportunity for things to happen. You have the planet of desire, motivation, action, with the planet of transformation and empowerment. So this, Mars-Pluto conjunctions often pack a punch. They really initiate strong stories in certain circumstances. Again, it depends on your natal chart, but either way, I would pay attention to maybe the end of January going into February. What are your core desires? What are your motivations? And with a Mars-Pluto, if you're feeling a sense of restlessness, irritation, agitation, this could be a really good time to say, what is this agitation or what is this restlessness showing me about what I truly desire, what I truly need? So going into February, where this full moon is really culminating, maybe some of you are having something come up in January that as you get into February with this full moon, it's really highlighting maybe financial goals or financial management or self-worth, transformational work that's playing into whatever really came up towards the end of January, where some of you might be really focused on, transforming something, empowering yourselves, figuring out a plan of action. Now, to take this a little bit more specific, because I think this could be potent for Capricorn risings, especially because Mars has just left your first house of the physical body where it was exalted, and some of you might be feeling exhausted after that. The Mars-Pluto conjunction happening before this full moon, highlighting your financial houses. Mars rules your fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you towards the end of January might have really had home, family, property, real estate themes come up in a way where maybe you're looking to transform, empower, figure out what are your core motivations and desires that are going to support you foundationally. And now this full moon's highlighting the financial aspect or the transformational decisions or work necessary in order to achieve that. Mars also rules your Scorpio 11th house of friends, groups, communities, and long-term goals. So some of you might have really had something come up within your social network, again, personal or professional, depending on your natal chart, as well as really maybe this restlessness towards like really focusing or bringing a long-term goal to fruition in 2026. That again could be part of really transforming and empowering your self-worth, your financial situation in order to align and achieve that in 2026. So going into February, things start to really pick up. And in my opinion, there's a lot going on with Saturn in February, which is your ruling planet. It rules your first house of the physical body, the self, the identity, how you take independent action, as well as your Aquarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So I think for a lot of Capricorn risings, from like a bird's eye view perspective, going into February, a lot of you might really be focused on the self-worth, the financial themes, what's going to really support your physical body, support your ability to move through the world that feels best for you long term, as Saturn is making major transitions. So speaking of Saturn making a major transition, we get to February 13th when Saturn officially makes its final ingress into your Aries fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. This is the final ingress. Saturn is not going to retrograde back to your Pisces third house, and it will not return to your Pisces third house for roughly another 30 years. So this is important, especially because Saturn rules your first house of self. So I think this is really important for Capricorn risings and Aquarius risings as well. And I have a whole separate podcast episode. It's called Saturn in Aries. It goes through all the major transits, the major aspects over the next couple of years that Saturn's going to make, where you can really dial in to what this means with Saturn going through that fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, which for some of you, depending on where your IC is, again, if you know that, great. If you don't worry about it. Either way, Saturn going through the fourth can be this really, really interesting time of restructuring the foundation of your life, or the opportunity to restructure the foundation of your life to support what you want to build on that foundation for roughly the next 15 years. So this could be a really important time for some Capricorn risings. Either way, what I want to point out about Saturn moving into Aries is obviously the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening at 0 degrees, which is a critical degree. It is a sensitive degree. If you've been following me for a while, I am a broken record at this point. It's like to me, it's like the birth point. It's like the conception point. It's never happened before at 0 degrees. So this is a really important conjunction that I think we're going to see the progression and the unfolding of what it means really throughout 2026. So the other thing I want to point out with Saturn entering Aries is that for the past couple years, Saturn has been in your Pisces third house, ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter rules over your Pisces third house. And so for the past couple years, Saturn has been reporting to Jupiter. Jupiter was Saturn's landlord, so to speak. Jupiter takes, for when Saturn was in Pisces, for the most part, Jupiter only went through your Gemini sixth house of daily work, health, and routines, and went through your Cancer seventh house of personal and professional partnerships. So Jupiter moves a lot slower than Mars. So Saturn has now entered your Aries fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate, which is ruled by Mars. So the distinction and the change of energy, I think collectively is something that a lot of us are going to feel, because with the past couple years, Saturn reporting to Jupiter, now Saturn reporting to Mars, very different planet, very different, operates very differently. And Mars moves a lot faster than Jupiter. So in the time that Saturn moves through your Aries fourth house over the next couple years, Mars will have pretty much traversed or transited pretty much almost your whole, if not your whole, natal chart. So with Mars now reporting to Saturn reporting to Mars, Mars is going to cover a lot of area where all these houses in your chart rule different parts of your life. So I think my point is, with Saturn now reporting to Mars, I think there's the potential for a lot more to happen with Saturn now reporting to Mars when Mars moves a lot faster than Jupiter. So I think a lot's going to happen, and I think it's also playing into other transits in 2026 that indicate really just a lot of flow, a lot of rapid acceleration happening, especially with the Pluto-Uranus trine. So I think this also could be playing into a lot of ground being covered, a lot of things happening. And for you, Capricorn Risings, it's sort of like whatever's happening foundationally, whatever's happening with home, family, property, and real estate, it's going to be reporting to Mars, and Mars is going to be reporting back, depending on where Mars is. So I think a lot's going to happen, and whatever Mars is doing and sort of reporting back to Saturn, I think there's going to be a lot of different areas of life that Capricorn Risings are going to sort of look at and see if it supports that foundation. It's going to keep reporting back to that Saturn in that foundational house of home, family, property, and real estate. Is this working? Is this part of the core motivation? Is this part of the plan of action? The last thing I will mention is that when Saturn moves into your Aries fourth house, ruled by Mars, Mars will be in your Aquarius second house of earned income and self-worth, which is ruled by Saturn. So Mars is in a Saturn-ruled area, and Saturn is in a Mars-ruled area. We call this mutual reception. And it's basically like they've swapped homes. They're trying to communicate with each other. And so I think that is a significant detail with Saturn doing the final ingress into the Aries fourth house. Now, as we get to February 17th, we have a new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius second house of earned income and self-worth. So generally speaking, like a new beginning, planting new seeds metaphorically, new budgets, new ideas, new plans that you really want to cultivate financially. or with your self-worth in the coming months. However, this new moon solar eclipse is really kicking off the Aquarius Leo eclipse series across your financial axis. So the next year or two, there could be some significant sort of changes and shifts to your finances, your partner's resources, if applicable. And I will say, this isn't always a bad thing. This is not always to be feared. As someone who's coming off of the eclipses, going through my 2nd and 8th, has there been, no one's exempt from trials and tribulations, but I do feel like there were opportunities to make significant decisions in the past couple years that set myself and also my husband up for success, really long term. Like, not just financially, but really, how can we create mutual empowerment? So it's not always a bad thing. Yes, there was challenges. But then again, I had Saturn in the 8th, which you will not have in this case. But this new moon solar eclipse is also ruled by Saturn. So again, another really lots of Saturn stuff going on this month. And with this new moon eclipse ruled by Saturn, and Saturn now in your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate, getting very close by the minute to an exact conjunction with Neptune, that's significant. I think that this could be a time where whatever you're maybe wanting to start financially or focus on financially, your innate gifts, talents, self-worth. Some of you might really be looking at what needs to surrender or what needs to dissolve foundationally in your lives in order to do that. So some of you might really be looking at home, family, property, real estate, renovations, relocations, really any of those themes within those themes that is going to help support your financial future, help support your self-worth, help support really what is innately yours, your innate gifts and talents. And with Saturn here, I'm going to jump to February 20th, where we have the exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, right on the cusp of your 4th house of home, family, property, and real estate. Super significant. I think this could be a time where, again, what is surrendering or dissolving with Neptune to support your physical body, support how you want to move through the world, as well as your finances and your self-worth. It's really happening in this foundational house. So some of you might really be focused on the foundation of your life and what's really going to support that 1st and 2nd house, your finances, your physical body, etc. Now, when I looked at the human design component of this Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, it's happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. So gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And to me, how I look at gate 25 is sort of, staying grounded and centered in the true essence of who you are. What is really aligned to you? What is the true essence of you? How can you always come back to that despite what life is throwing at you? For some of us in 2026, it's going to be an intense year. There's going to be a lot of intensity in life, a lot happening. And how can you always stay grounded in the true essence of what you are and sort of attract and do from that place? Now, with it being at line 3, this is even more interesting to me because line 3 is about experiential wisdom. It's about, not watching or reading. It's about doing, learning, trying, and allowing yourself to be human, to make mistakes, go through that trial and error to, learn and gain that experiential wisdom. So line 3 can also be about just doing and discovering things for yourselves. And I think this is just another more details with the human design for this astrological transit that's, never happened at 0 degrees of Aries, I believe. So I think this could be a time where maybe some of you are sort of surrendering or dissolving, but it's like maybe some of you are moving into a time of something new that you've never experienced before, that you've never done before. And it is going to require you to kind of have more, with Neptune, like have more empathy and compassion towards yourselves as you sort of navigate new territory in 2026. Then I really want to close out the month on February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde at 22 degrees in your 3rd house of communication, exchanging information, technology, which could be personal or professional. This is also transportation, short distance travel, siblings, extended family, neighborhood, community. So a lot going on in the 3rd house. However, again, starting with the bird's eye perspective, that broad perspective, I think it's interesting that Mercury stations retrograde after Saturn makes its final ingress out of that Pisces 3rd house. So I think for some of us, this might be a time where you're revising the lessons the past couple years, what, you want to integrate, what Saturn has tested, challenged you on in the past couple years, that now that Saturn's out of that area and Mercury's retrograde, you might look at things differently. You might have a totally different perspective. It's sort of the analogy that I'm giving is, say you're in a situation around a bunch of people and things happen and you're on the fly. You're learning, you're trying to fix the situation or, do damage control, whatever it may be. And it's not until you get home and you're alone that you start seeing the situation in a new light. I'm sure all of us have been in that situation where you go home and you're like, wait a second, why didn't I say that? Why didn't I do that? So I think for some of us, this Mercury retrograde is sort of like, okay, now that Saturn's not in this house anymore, that responsibility, that discipline is kind of shifted to a new area. And now we can kind of take a moment to kind of turn inward, breathe, and think about what you really want to integrate, what you want to review and revise. Now, zooming in a little bit more specifically, Mercury rules your Virgo 9th house of growth and potential, which could be career related for some of you. So growth and potential themes, think higher knowledge, higher education, travel, spirituality, publishing, teaching, your belief, your truths. And so with Mercury retrograde, some of you might be reviewing and revising your growth and potential. That, again, could be career related for some of you. And how you want to integrate that within your everyday lives. So some of you might be reviewing and revising like your immediate environment, those people, places, and things that you use or come across every day in your immediate environment, and how maybe you're reviewing and revising, you're perfecting it, you're thinking about it in a new way that maybe can help support more of the bigger picture, the more growth and potential that you want to focus on in 2026. Now, Mercury also rules this Gemini 6th house of daily work, health, and routines. So some of you might be reviewing and revising your daily work and health routines and how it impacts your everyday environment, the things within your everyday environment. Or some of you might be reviewing and revising, your neighborhood, your community, something with siblings, extended family, communication, exchanging information, and how that impacts your routines that also impact your work and your health. Now, on a very mundane level with the 3rd house, some of you might be reviewing and revising like appointments, paperwork, all of that stuff in order to take care of or set yourselves up for more growth and potential, the work situation, the health situation, and just general routines. So the last thing I will mention about this Mercury retrograde is that this Mercury will rule the full moon lunar eclipse that takes place on March 3rd. So at this point, literally right around the corner. So March 3rd, there will be a full moon lunar eclipse in this ninth house of growth and potential that could be career related. So could involve publishing, teaching, higher knowledge, travel, spirituality, any of those growth and potential themes that I listed, and even ones that I don't list. What is growth and potential in your lives that you're focusing on? And whatever it is, this full moon lunar eclipse could really, again, it's eclipse season. So, strong beginnings, strong endings for some. Definitely pay attention to what's going on with any of those ninth house themes that could be really highlighted in a really strong way, very energized. That this Mercury retrograde leading up to that full moon lunar eclipse, also ruling that full moon lunar eclipse, could really help initiate this revisionary period or perfecting period. Again, this Mercury's in detriment, so it might be in a different way. Some of you might be taking a different approach. Some of you might be over exerting yourselves in that area of reviewing and revising. That this full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd could be really playing into or culminating or bringing something to fruition regarding those themes. That, again, this Mercury retrograde could be really helping you review and revise now that Saturn's out of this area, where this full moon lunar eclipse, in addition to Mercury retrograde going into March, can help create new potential outcomes to your overall growth and potential themes, as well as new potential outcomes to your health, your work, and your routines. Hello, Aquarius Risings. So right on the first of the month, February 1st, we have this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage or the partnerships you want to attract. So this full moon could really just be illuminating sort of your needs versus the needs of others, things playing out within partnership, things sort of culminating or illuminating for you to see about certain connections you want to make, whether they're personal or professional. So just because the 7th house is partnership doesn't mean it doesn't apply to you if you're not in a long-term partnership. So sometimes I even consider long-term friendships, like friends that you would consider family, in the 7th house. I even consider that sometimes. I've seen some interesting connections with that just in the one-on-one work over the years. Either way, there's a couple things I want to discuss with this full moon. So yes, it is a full moon in the 7th. It could definitely, generally speaking, really culminate, bring something to fruition that's been playing out within personal and professional partnerships. But this full moon in the 7th house of personal and or professional partnerships is connected to the new moon that took place here back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to July of 2025, what was going on, what was initiating, plans, ideas, metaphorical seeds that you wanted to sort of plant and cultivate over the coming months. This full moon could really help sort of illuminate or bring that to fruition. The other thing I want to mention about this full moon is that this full moon culminates days after a Mars-Pluto conjunction that happened around 3 degrees in your Aquarius first house of self. So the week leading up to February 1st, I think, is equally important to this full moon on February 1st for a lot of us, because the Mars-Pluto conjunction that happened around the last week of January leading up to this We have two really strong planets that are merging. We have Mars, the planet of desire, motivation, action, with Pluto, the planet of empowerment and transformation. So there's a lot with those merging and creating a new cycle in your first house of self. So towards the end of January, if there was some things really coming up around what you really desire, what really motivates you, especially your plan of action with anything, this full moon could really help culminate something around your needs versus the needs of others. And maybe to balance that or bring something to light in order to achieve that something that's been playing out towards the end of January into this first week of February. Now, Mars does rule your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, or what brings you fulfillment. So maybe some of you have felt some energy or some restlessness, even agitation with these two that has been really showing you what you really want, what really supports you, what feels fulfilling to you, what do you want out of career, business, public recognition themes. And Mars also rules this Aries third house of communication, exchanging information that could be personal or professional, as well as sort of your neighborhood, your community, relationships with siblings, extended family. Again, this third house is really just those people, places, and things that is in your everyday environment. And so things could have come up, in relationship to those people in your everyday environment. Things could have come up with, communication, exchanging information, technology that could have played into that Mars-Pluto conjunction in that first house of self. That this full moon, again, could really be culminating or highlighting your needs versus the needs of others in your life, or the certain partnerships you really want that could help play into what is unfolding around this time, whether it's personal or professional. Then we get to February 13th, the day everyone's talking about, because that's when Saturn officially makes its final ingress into your Aries third house of communication, exchanging information, technology, transportation, again, personal or professional, or, personally, sort of those relationships with your neighbors, your siblings, your extended family. And so this is the final ingress. Saturn is no longer going to retrograde back into your Pisces second house of earned income and or self-worth. And it will not return to your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth for roughly another 30 years. So I think this is quite significant because maybe some of you for the past couple of years have really been focused on, financial themes, self-worth, your innate gifts, talents, and, Saturn rules your first house of self, the physical body. So some of you might have felt this viscerally or made some really deep internal changes at this point. So now Saturn has moved into a new area for the next couple years. And I have a whole separate podcast episode called Saturn in Aries, where I go through all of the major transits, the major aspects over the next couple years, just with Saturn. And so if you haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. You'll gain, I think, a lot more insight as to the potentials of what Saturn can really do in this third house. And the thing that I want to point out in this monthly podcast episode, though, is that for the past couple years, Saturn was in your Pisces second house, ruled by Jupiter. So for the past couple years, Saturn was reporting to Jupiter. It's as if Jupiter was its landlord, so to speak. Now Saturn has moved into your Aries third house, ruled by Mars. And so now Mars has become Saturn's landlord. It is reporting to Mars. So that energetic shift, that distinction between what you're focused on building, creating commitment, longevity, discipline, for the past couple of years was reporting to Jupiter, which moves a lot slower than Mars. So I think that distinction and that energetic shift of now Saturn's reporting to Mars, which moves a lot faster. It's going to cover a lot more ground, a lot more areas of life over the next couple years that will be consistently reporting back to Saturn. So I think with Saturn reporting to Mars, that moves a lot faster than Jupiter. It could be playing into more of that rapid acceleration that I think is really going to ramp up in 2026, especially with that Pluto-Uranus trine. So I think the point that I'm trying to make with Saturn in a Mars-ruled area reporting to Mars, and Mars covering a lot more houses, a lot more ground, I think a lot more is going to happen. I think a lot more is going to be covered in terms of, the core motivations, the desire, the plan of action, consistently reporting back to what you want long term, how you're creating that commitment, that discipline from a bird's eye perspective. The other thing I want to mention is that as Saturn makes its final ingress into this Aries third house ruled by Mars, Mars will be in your Aquarius first house of self, the physical body, which is ruled by Saturn. So Mars is in a Saturn-ruled area and Saturn is in a Mars-ruled area. So they're in mutual reception. They've swapped homes as Saturn has made its final ingress. I think that's a significant detail as to what could really be building in February and how Saturn rules your 12th house of behind the scenes, what's going on subconsciously, what's going on mentally. And Mars rules your 10th house of career, business, public recognition, what brings you fulfillment. So there could be sort of this swapping of perspectives that could be playing into kind of looking at what's going on behind the scenes, seeing what really supports you personally, but also sort of maybe looking at your career or what brings you fulfillment in sort of a new way as we shift into this new Saturnian energy that's really starting to ramp up and play out in February onward. When we get to February 17th, we have the new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius first house of the self, the physical body, appearance, how you take independent action. So this new moon solar eclipse, again, we're in eclipse season, so sudden beginnings, sudden endings. And this new moon solar eclipse really kicks off that Aquarius Leo series that's going to play out over the next year or two, roughly, across that first and seventh house axis. So for Aquarius risings, this could be a time where some of you are really setting a new chapter, planting new metaphorical seeds, new ideas that you really want to cultivate around your presence, your identity in the world, how other people view you, and what is really going to support you personally. That can really play out and unfold over the coming months. But this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn. And Saturn is getting very close by the minute to this Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which will be exact on February 20th, which I'll get to in a moment. But this could indicate that whatever some Aquarius risings are really initiating around the self, what really supports you, the identity, you want to be seen in the world, your visibility, how you take independent action. Some of you might really be looking at your communication, your neighborhood, your community, relationships with family, siblings, extended family, that you could be sort of surrendering something or dissolving something with Neptune here with Saturn, that no longer supports this new chapter that some of you could be stepping in. So some of you might quite literally be looking at your everyday environment, taking note on like what you need to do, the plan of action, what you want to really focus on building, and like what in your everyday environment, your neighborhood, even down to your commute, your car, your phone, your laptop, Again, situations playing out with siblings, extended family, communication technology, which could be personal or professional, that you could be looking at. That some of you are saying like, okay, this really isn't going to support, how I want to take independent action. This doesn't support really like how I want to move and communicate in the world. So whatever is really happening that is personal to you, Aquarius risings, what are you looking at, those people, places, and things within your everyday environment as sort of the starting point of what you want to initiate, what you really want to build, what maybe some of you might be releasing or dissolving or surrendering that's not part of that future build. That is what you truly want with this new moon literally happening in your first house of self. The other thing I will mention, I haven't mentioned for every rising sign, because I'm going to do a more detailed podcast episode just on the eclipse alone. But for Aquarius risings, I also want to mention that this new moon solar eclipse squares the other angular house in your chart. It squares Uranus at 27 degrees in that Taurus fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you might be taking action to create tangible change to something regarding relationships with family, home, property, real estate, renovation, redecoration, whatever it is within those themes regarding home, family, property, and real estate, that some of you might be taking action to change, to create new tangible outcomes that is sort of playing into what could really be initiating and happening in February. Then when we get to February 20th, we have the exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes. Again, broken record, 0 degrees of Aries is a critical degree. It is a sensitive point. I like to think of it as like the birth point, like it's like the astrological new year. It's very initiating. It's pure Aries energy. And the Saturn-Neptune conjunction here, I think, is significant for Aquarius risings because Saturn rules your physical body, how you want to take independent action, how you want to show up in the world. And for you, it's happening really in your immediate environment. What's going on around you. Those simple things that we even take for granted, like we get in our car, we use our phone, we use our laptop, we talk to our neighbors, our siblings, our extended family. Like it's the third house sometimes, if depending on the perspective you're looking at it, it's kind of like it's the everyday that can sometimes blend into the background that just sort of happens. And this could be the point where some of you really start to look around and you're like, is this right for me? What do I need to shift or edit in my everyday environment that I've maybe overlooked or maybe has gone on autopilot that I can switch or change even in minimal ways that can really help support you physically, that can help support what you need, or maybe make a little extra room in your lives for what you really want to incorporate and focus and build over the next coming years. The other thing about this Saturn-Neptune conjunction, when I looked at the human design, because I like to look at the human design to see if it can give me any extra details on what this conjunction might mean. This Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 43 minutes in Aries is happening at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. Now, gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And I like to think of gate 25 as really how do we maintain the true essence of who we are through the intensities of life, especially in 2026 with so much happening astrologically. How can you use this time to get grounded in the true essence of who you are and really centered in yourselves so that whatever unfolds, good, bad, whatever, you can really remain centered in that. Now, with it happening at line 3 is about trial and error. So if you're going into some new chapter of your life, or you're really initiating something around this time, or even, last month, next month, whatever it may be, I think with this conjunction happening at line 3, there is this element of trial and error. Learning and doing, not by reading or watching, but actually getting in there, getting in on the action, learning and discovering things for yourselves. And through that, gaining experiential wisdom with what you're focusing on this year. And to keep trying and to keep learning. And what I love about line 3 is just, be human. Allow yourselves to make mistakes with whatever you're initiating, whatever you're really wanting to focus on around this time, if that resonates. And just allow yourself to gain experiential wisdom that sometimes is the best wisdom, because you'll be able to connect the dots, later down the road. So I think the human design element is also indicating, with Neptune, what is releasing, what is dissolving, that with Saturn can be sort of rebuilding or focusing on that you want this year, that might feel really new. It might feel like uncharted territory. And to just remind yourselves, as long as you are anchored in the true essence of who you are, you can be flawed, you can be human, you can make mistakes. You can always come back to the true essence of who you are and really integrate and gain that experiential wisdom through that process. I want to end the month on February 26th, when Mercury stations retrograde in your Pisces second house of earned income and self-worth. So from a very broad perspective, I think it's interesting how this Mercury stations retrograde shortly after Saturn's final ingress out of this Pisces second house. So some of you might be going through a period, towards the end of February, throughout March with this Mercury retrograde, where maybe some of you are reminiscing, or you're sort of looking back on the past couple years where Saturn's gone through this second house of earned income and self-worth, tested you, challenged you, changed your perspective on currency, on money, on self-worth, that now that Saturn's officially out of this area, this Mercury retrograde, you might be taking on a new perspective. You might be looking back on the past couple years and sort of reviewing and revising sort of the lessons, the trials and tribulations, the strengthening that some of you have gone through. And maybe taking the time to just say, okay, now that Saturn's not in this house anymore, how can we just kind of take a moment to turn inward and look back on the changes that some of you have gone through, sort of financially or with your innate gifts, talents, self-worth, that now this Mercury retrograde could be a time of just sort of, okay, integrating those lessons. But zooming in more specifically, Mercury rules your Gemini fifth house of joy, creativity, self-expression, children, if applicable to you. So some of you could be reviewing and revising, creative budgets, anything financial going on with children, if applicable. Some of you might be reviewing and revising. And again, this Mercury is in detriment. So you might be taking on different perspectives or navigating it in a way that's different or new, or maybe you're overexerting yourselves a bit on reviewing and revising, how your finances, your innate gifts, talents, or self-worth is playing into potential creativity, artistry, self-expression, romantic situations, children, if applicable to you. Now, Mercury also rules this Virgo 8th house of long-term finances and resources. So investments, assets, debt, loans, partners' resources, if applicable, as well as any transformational work, if that resonates, if that's something that you're working on, transformational decisions that could also be playing into something playing out around this time. So reviewing and revising for some of you, I think strong financial themes that could be playing into what you want to do creatively, self-expression, romance, children themes, child planning. That regardless, this Mercury retrograde will rule that full moon lunar eclipse happening on March 3rd. So at this juncture, right around the corner, in this Virgo 8th house of those long-term finances, partners, resources, transformational work, etc. So some of you towards the end of February could really be reviewing and revising something, or something could be sort of delayed, or you could be turning inward to sort of review and revise a situation that could be playing into what is really culminating or being illuminated as you get into March with that full moon lunar eclipse. That as we get deeper into March, some of you could even see new potential outcomes, opportunities, as you've reviewed and revised, as this eclipse season has sort of created new beginnings, new endings for some of you. Where you get deeper into March, I think some of you could see new potential outcomes to your creative projects, what brings you joy, artistry, self-expression, children if applicable, as well as any new potential outcomes to sort of long-term financial goals, budgets, management, and partners' resources if applicable to you. Hello, Pisces Risings. So kicking off on February 1st, we have this full moon at 13 degrees in your Leo 6th house of daily work and or health routines. So this full moon for Pisces Risings is really highlighting the 6th and the 12th house axis. So a lot could be going on within your routines. A lot could be energized or culminating around just being busy, a lot going on with your routines. Maybe it's affecting your physical and or mental health around this time, if that resonates. There could also be things really highlighted or culminated around a work situation, coworkers even. 6th house is also pets. So if things have been playing out with pets, this could also sort of culminate that situation as well. There's a couple things I want to discuss with this full moon specific to Pisces risings. The first is that this full moon is technically connected to the new moon that happened in your Leo 6th house back in July of 2025. So some of you might be able to think back to around July of 2025. What was being initiated? Ideas, metaphorical seeds being planted that you want to cultivate around your health, your work, or your routines that could be really highlighted, energized, or culminated around this time. The other thing I want to mention for Pisces risings is that if you're watching, you can see at this point with the full moon, Pluto, Mars, the Sun, Venus, and Mercury all piled up in that 12th house of your subconscious thought patterns, sleep, dreams, behind the scenes. 12th house is also hidden enemies. Now, hidden enemies isn't always like a sniper in your life, but this could also this honestly looks like for some Pisces risings, a lot could be on your mind mentally. A lot could be happening for you behind the scenes that you're not really visibly presenting to the world. This could also indicate maybe a lack of sleep, insomnia. I like to call, 12th house transits, especially with Mars going through the 12th house. I like to call it monkey mind, where, your thoughts are just swinging from back and forth. And, maybe there is just a lot on your mind. But the other thing I want to discuss with this full moon in your 6th house of daily work and health routines is that this full moon is really culminating shortly after a Mars-Pluto conjunction around 3 degrees in that Aquarius 12th house. So the last week of January, some of you might have had situations really start to build. Now for you, Pisces risings, this could be situations internally, private, behind the scenes, especially with it being in the 12th house. that could have really maybe caused restlessness or a lot of action, desire, motivation, specifically around potential financial themes or around growth and potential themes that could be career related for some of you. So some of you could maybe have a lot on your minds financially, a lot on your minds regarding, knowledge, travel, spirituality, publishing, teaching, or career related situations that, depending on your natal chart, could be resonating for you around this time. That this full moon could help culminate, could help really bring to life or re-energize again. So this full moon is not just about February 1st. I actually think this full moon is playing into things that are carrying over things that came up towards the end of January with the Mars-Pluto conjunction happening here. Now, I'm going to jump to February 13th, which is what everyone's talking about, rightfully so, because Saturn is going to officially make its final ingress into your Aries second house of earned income and self-worth. Now, Saturn will no longer retrograde back into your Pisces first house of the self, the physical body, how you take independent action. It will not return to your Pisces first house for roughly another 30 years. So I think some Pisces risings might actually get some relief with Saturn not in an angular house, because the past couple years, Saturn, for some of you, maybe it tested, your physical body. Maybe it tested, your ability to take independent action. There was a lot of, challenge, but there was also a lot of lessons and a lot of strengthening for some of you that has taken place the past couple years. It's very personal to you. But with Saturn in the first, it also squared the 10th house of career, or what brings you fulfillment, the 4th house of home, family, property, real estate, and also opposed the 7th house of personal and professional partnerships, including marriage. So for a lot of Pisces risings the past couple years, Saturn has tested you, but also created a lot of maybe stress, tension, action, and change to those angular houses of career, home and family, and trying to balance sort of your connections with others, personal and professional partnerships, or marriage if applicable to you. So a lot's happened for a lot of Pisces risings the past couple years. That's created, I think, a lot of external visible changes to your lives. Now Saturn is no longer angular. So I think in many ways, like that burden, that heaviness, that test and challenge the past couple years, you're moving into, Saturn's not angular. So it's not going to be squaring those very strong areas of the chart. And it's now moved into your second house of earned income and self-worth. So again, I have a whole separate Saturn and Aries podcast episode that goes into a lot more detail about the transits, the aspects, in detail, that if you haven't checked out already, I would definitely listen to that. You'll gain a lot more insight on what Saturn and Aries could mean for you. But generally speaking, I think, yes, the transition to a financial house, I think a lot of you could start to think about, you might start to shift your perspective on finances, currency, your innate gifts, talents, and self-worth, and how that can sort of also play into what's going on for you behind the scenes, what's going on for you mentally, and as well as sort of even playing into restructuring maybe your social network or your long-term goals, and how that maybe aligns to your self-worth and, your financial goals. Like who you surround yourselves with can definitely impact, your long-term goals, how you manage finances, your self-worth, etc. So those are some general themes. Again, for time purposes, I don't want to get too nitty-gritty into the details. But there's two things I want to point out with this, is that Saturn entering Aries is now reporting to Mars, because Mars rules over your Aries second house of earned income and self-worth. So for the past couple years, Saturn was in your Pisces first house, ruled by Jupiter. So for the past couple years, Saturn was reporting to Jupiter. Jupiter was Saturn's landlord, so to speak. So Jupiter moves a lot slower than Mars. So the change in energy between Saturn in Pisces to Saturn now officially in Aries, I think is distinct. It is a distinct change of, reporting to Jupiter, where Jupiter moves a lot slower. And now reporting to Mars, where Mars moves a lot faster. Mars also rules, not only your second house of earned income, but it also rules your Scorpio ninth house of growth and potential. Higher education, travel, spirituality, knowledge, publishing, teaching, growth and potential themes that could be career related for some of you, that could really come into focus regarding your finances, your self-worth, your innate gifts and talents. Where, because Mars moves a lot faster, Mars is going to cover a lot more houses and a lot more themes in our lives. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of different areas of our lives that Mars is going to transit and consistently be reporting back to Saturn in this financial house. So I think for the next couple of years, there is this, I think a lot of Pisces risings might be periodically focusing on all these different themes and areas of your lives and sort of funneling it back to your finances, your self-worth. What is innately yours? Your innate gifts, your innate talents, your value system. So I think a lot could really shift and change, because with Mars covering a lot more areas of life and reporting back to Saturn in your second house of earned income and self-worth, I think this could really be a time of looking at all these different areas and how they fit into, for some of you, I think, like a new value system, a new way of managing money, a new way of looking at money, that when we get to February 17th, we now have a new moon solar eclipse at 28 degrees in your Aquarius 12th house of subconscious thought patterns, dreams, behind the scenes, where a lot of you could really be initiating this new chapter mentally, behind the scenes. Maybe some of you are starting a new chapter where you're starting to release outdated thought patterns, outdated ways of thinking, or what you're working on behind the scenes. And because this new moon solar eclipse is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is now in your Aries second house of earned income, some of you could be shifting your perspective, like your mental thought patterns around currency, money, your value system, your self-worth, that with Saturn extremely close, we're talking within minutes, to Neptune, I think some of you could be dissolving or surrendering sort of the old system, the old patterns, the old ways of being, regarding sort of your mental thought patterns, your sleep, what's going on behind the scenes, your long-term goals, your social network. That's really no longer going to support your values, your value systems, your money, your self-worth, etc. And again, this new moon solar eclipse, I think, is significant as well, because it's really kicking off the eclipse series over the next year or two, roughly, in Aquarius and Leo. So it's really kicking off the eclipse series that can create sort of new beginnings, sort of closing out or endings regarding, work, health, routines, what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on for you mentally as well, that no longer supports you and really supports sort of, I think, a lot of the future value system, value foundation, money, self-worth, etc. Then we get to February 20th. And that's when we have the exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction that day at 0 degrees, 43 minutes on the cusp of your Aries second house of earned income and self-worth. So broken record at this point, if you've been with me for a while, 0 degrees of Aries is a sensitive point. It is a critical degree. It's really sort of like the astrological new year. It's like, I like to think of 0 degrees of Aries as like this really potent, pure Aries energy of like initiating something new. Even if we don't really know all the details, like we just do it. And when I looked at the human design chart for this with Saturn and Neptune at 0 degrees, 43 minutes, the Saturn-Neptune is at gate 25, line 3 in the human design chart. And gate 25 is the gate of innocence. And so I think there is this undercurrent of energy with the astrology of maintaining the true essence of who we are with whatever life is throwing at you. So 2026 onward, I think there's definitely a lot of astrology where life can get very intense. And I think some of us might love that and some of us might hate that. But regardless of loving or hating it, life happens and none of us are exempt from those trials and tribulations. So with this happening at gate 25, really that gate of innocence and aligning and grounding yourselves in the essence of who you really are, despite what life is throwing at you, good or bad. I think always being able to come back to the true essence of who you are and sort of looking at life through that lens can be very helpful this year. Now, with it happening at line 3, it's really interesting to me because line 3 is about trial and error. It's about experiential wisdom. The line 3 is not the person that's going to just take things at face value. It's going to be the person that's like, no, I want to try it. I want to do the thing. I want to experience it myself. I want to feel the feels. I want to discover and learn for myself. And some of you might be feeling that. Some of you might be going into some level of new territory where you want to do it yourself. You want to feel it and kind of play with it a little bit. And the thing with line 3 is the beauty of experiential wisdom that you gain, but it's at times allowing yourselves to be human, allowing yourselves to make mistakes and realize that in 2026, I think a lot of us are going to be going through some new territory that we've never sort of gone through before to varying degrees. And this could be a time of just, I think with Neptune, like the surrendering, the dissolving, but also having empathy and compassion to allowing yourself to make mistakes, like with whatever you're moving towards or whatever you're really desiring in 2026. And I think for Pisces risings, a lot of you, like this could really come back and keep filtering back, especially with the eclipses in Aquarius and sort of a lot of things kind of, and even Mars kind of like reporting back to this Saturn in that second house of earned income and self-worth, really sort of shifting maybe the way you make money, shifting the way you think about money, thinking, less immediate and maybe more long-term with money. And then with Saturn ruling that 12th house, maybe some of you are going into a time where you're focusing on like the psychology of money, with the 12th house being subconscious thought patterns, sort of hidden enemies, really sort of uncovering where are you your own worst enemy? Where are the limiting beliefs going on that impact the way you perceive currency, the way you perceive your self-worth, that impacts sort of the money you make. Where I think, again, Saturn loves longevity. It loves commitment. So really shifting, I think in February, really shifting those perspectives and what could be going on with those themes. Then I really want to close out the month on February 26th when we have Mercury stationing retrograde at 22 degrees in that Pisces first house of self. Couple things with this. I want to point out that this Mercury stations retrograde shortly after Saturn officially leaves this Pisces first house. So some of you, it might not be so nitty gritty, and some of you, it might be more of like a broad perspective over the past couple years. So now that Saturn has left this first house, this Mercury retrograde is going to take on maybe a different perspective. I think a lot of you might be reviewing and revising the past couple years, reviewing and revising sort of what you've gone through, trials and tribulations, lessons, what you want to integrate moving forward in 2026. It's sort of like, with Saturn and Pisces, the analogy I'm giving is sort of, we've all kind of been in these situations where you're around a bunch of people and there's something happening. It's a really intense situation. Maybe you say things, maybe something happens. And it's not until you get home where you're away from everyone that you start to review and revise, like, oh, maybe I should have said this, or, oh, I didn't even pick up on someone saying that, or, whatever in the situation. You sort of look at things in a different light and you digest it in a new way. That's kind of how I'm looking at this Mercury retrograde now that Saturn's not in this picture. So it's sort of like, Saturn's not in this house anymore, and Mercury can go, okay, how do I want to review and revise the past couple years and integrate those lessons? Now, more specifically, zoomed in, which could resonate with some of you around this time, Mercury rules your Gemini fourth house of home, family, property, and real estate. So some of you could be reviewing and revising home, family, relationships with family, property, real estate, renovations, relocations, and its impacts to you directly. Mercury also rules your Virgo seventh house of personal and or professional partnerships. So some of you could be reviewing and revising something within your marriage, if applicable, something with, going on with personal or professional partnerships, or the partnerships you want to attract that is impacting you personally. So there's a lot happening, I think, for Pisces risings with this Mercury retrograde that might resonate with some of you. But taking it a step into even more detail, this Mercury retrograde rules the full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 3rd. So at this juncture, that full moon lunar eclipse is building. It is literally right around the corner, where this full moon lunar eclipse on March 3rd in this Virgo 7th house could really culminate something around your connections with others, the connections you desire, something playing out within your marriage, if applicable, personal and or professional partnerships, that towards the end of February, you could really be sort of reviewing and revising personally. Maybe it's impacts to you, how you balance your needs versus the needs of others. And also maybe even its impacts to home, family, property, real estate themes. So that full moon lunar eclipse could really be culminating, but this Mercury retrograde, before it culminates, I think can help all of us sort of start reviewing and revising these areas of our lives that could be really energized or coming to fruition. That I think as you get deeper into March, this Mercury retrograde with an eclipse in a Mercury ruled area could potentially create new outcomes to your connections with others, new outcomes to situations playing out within your marriage, or new outcomes to personal and professional partnerships, as well as potentially new outcomes to the foundation of your lives, family, home, property, real estate themes as you get deeper into March.